Let me get over here. I'm up early this morning, trying to get everything situated. As we know, we had a ceasefire, and it seems like that there's a ceasefire disagreement right before the ceasefire was supposed to kick in. There were attacks on Israel by Iran. So we got to cover that this morning. Also, the markets are all green. S&P 500 is up. So everything's looking good as of right now. So let me get back over here. We got 3 minutes left before this market open. I'm going to play a little bit of this interview with Trump in a second before he heads to NATO. He's very, very frustrated, guys. It's obvious that he's very, very upset about the continued strikes. He's upset with Iran and Israel. So we're going to see how this is going to play out today. Will there really be a ceasefire, or will they continue to strike one another? So let's play this little clip by Trump. Let's see.
Breached by the Iranians, and with the Israel did was within their rights. They had 12 hours before it ended. They got some targets to finish up. So I think the president said, in the spirit of ceasefire, he could have leveled off a little, but it doesn't seem like Israel actually violated the ceasefire. But Iran, they did. The IDF now will strike back, according to the defense minister, Israel Katz.
Well, I think what you're saying from this president is he likes being in the middle with conflicts. He likes to be the negotiator there. I think when it came down to the Iran situation, he was very clear they couldn't have a nuclear weapon. But I think his point is, when I said ceasefire, don't wait up all the way into the moment till the clock runs out. He didn't like seeing that as well. He's clearly frustrated this morning. He doesn't like the coverage. He feels like that they're not celebrating our great military and the successful mission that they had from the other networks, and I think he's right on that.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of Marco Rubio over the weekend was being interviewed by one of the networks, and he said, I think I know more than you do.
Yeah,
exactly, because I have the intel. He's the president of the United States. He has the intel, so it should give you peace of mind when you hear him say that the nuclear facilities that we targeted are gone, obliterated under rocks, he says. He said they are gone, and Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. And he was thanking the B-2 pilots and wants apologies from other networks who were saying, we're not sure if these nuclear sites were obliterated, but it should give you peace of mind when you hear our president say that they are, that the mission was successful.
But here's the question. Where do you go from here? As Mark Levin wrote last night, he was upset by this. He said, we didn't give a lifeline to Hitler. That's how bad these guys are. They've lost their Air Force. They have no ground-to-air protection. China didn't step in. Russia didn't step in. Not a single Arab country stepped in. The supreme Nazi is hiding in a bunker, much like Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler wasn't thrown a lifeline. He wasn't thrown a lifeline. He was going to be killed, so he committed suicide. So that's what, even though the ceasefire is to be lauded, if they stay in power, are we postponing another conflict? For example, are we going to lift the sanctions? If we lift the sanctions, they're going to get some money. And if they get some money, are they not going to fund Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis? Again, foment terror, sleeper cells here. What did Iran say to make you think that they have anything but hatred for us and Israel? But
isn't it up to the Iranian people to decide who their leader will be? I know that many of them are too scared to go up against the Ayatollah. But
I'm not saying that we should, I'm just saying that if he stays in power,
right,
or is our security in jeopardy? And does Israel's remain in jeopardy?
Absolutely. He yells death to America.
I think one of the complicated things is that this is a president that continues to say he wants to be the president of peace. And Brian, we talked about this on your radio show. It's hard to get peace with a group of people that have such a radical ideology, that hate your very existence.
Just one side.
There. I mean, it's just the truth. They don't want Israel to exist. They don't want us to exist. They hate the West. And it's kind of hard to negotiate with people that believe that you're an infidel.
Yeah.
They don't have to tell you the truth.
Indoctrination.
Right.
They've had it their entire lives, been told that.
Exactly right.
But here's the great hope I have. It is really one country that's a problem. Syria, they're trying to rebuild. We've released sanctions. You know that in Syria, they got huge billboards. Thank you, President Trump. So why? Because they're giving them a chance. Egypt is not a problem. Bahrain is not a problem. Qatar is not a problem. UAE is not a problem. Saudi Arabia is not a problem. What is the problem? It's that country. And the question is, do you give them a lifeline? And because do they have a choice but to step down? The fact that the Ayatollah said we're going to give just a symbolic shot at the U.S. and then can we talk? Yeah, absolutely take advantage of it. But you know what's got to be included in that? You got to be including that you cannot fund the proxies. You cannot have ballistic missiles. You certainly can't have a nuclear program. Right. And, you know, if something happens here with a sleeper cell, Iran's directly responsible. They have to be aware that we know that.
The president on his way to Air Force One, he said to the reporters, as soon as I finished talking with you, basically, it sounded like he's going to call Benjamin Netanyahu and try to work this out. Alexandria Hoff is live at the White House with the latest for us. Hey, Alex.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the president, he is angry. He is mad. He is mad at both sides here, making that abundantly clear. I mean, you heard the profanity that he had used. He mused at one point that, yes, there might have been some proxies, some tagger-alongers on the Iranian side who might have not adhered to this ceasefire. But either way, he is upset that Israel has reacted so quickly to this when he thought that this was really their opportunity, that he would come in and broker a ceasefire, which could still happen, as we know. I mean, this could just be, as Mike Tobin was talking earlier, the kind of ping-ponging that can happen when there is a deadline on a ceasefire. But either way, President Trump is highly frustrated. He's frustrated, and something I could sense was he expressed some frustration at some of the media portrayals of the effectiveness of Saturday's Operation Midnight Hammer in debilitating Iran's nuclear capabilities. And he sees some of that as disrespectful to those B-2 pilots. But I think he is also saying here that Iran and Israel are disrespecting the actions of those American heroes who had gone out there on that 30-plus hour mission to help accomplish what President Trump was optimistic last night that could happen. There could be peace between countries that historically there is a chance there never could be in many ways. But, you know, as you heard the president say, they've been fighting for so long that they are just in such a tornado of emotions with something like this that they can't stop themselves from continuing to fight. So the president right now, he is heading to Amsterdam. He left the White House here about a half hour ago now. He's going to arrive in Amsterdam around 1 p.m. This will be for the first NATO summit of his presidency. I want to, though, get back a little bit into what is kind of leading up to all this, because there were some people who last week would have thought, or this weekend, thought he might not even head on this trip now. But he said that really he was optimistic last night. So you have to look at these emotions from last night and then into this trip today. It's a pretty long journey. But he thought that this was an end to the 12-day war, as he had called it. And if it was so, and if it would work out as it should, he said it would be something saluted by the world. And more has come into focus from yesterday afternoon until now in terms of Iran's retaliatory strike on the American air base in Qatar. The administration and really the rest of the world considers this to be a show and a wink away from Iran to tell its people that they hit back at the U.S. without truly making impact. I'm going to read a Truth Social now that the president, when he really kind of explained what was going on here, he said, quote, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody injured. Now, that Iran had launched at least 14 missiles towards that base, which were intercepted and destroyed by Qatar. One of them just didn't hit. So not a bad exchange for the U.S., which through Operation Midnight Hammer Saturday was able to obliterate, according to the White House, Iran's nuclear capabilities. So when it comes to The Hague and President Trump being at the NATO summit. I mean, this is going to be I don't want to say tense, maybe. I don't know if it's tense or as tense as it could have been, but we have two wars still happening right now. Israel, Iran, also Russia and Ukraine. Both of them, President Trump has been trying to be a brokering asset in both. And it's the first NATO summit of his second term. So he's going to arrive there tonight. That's really going to get going tomorrow. There is some positive news here.
Directly threatens the homeland. Its nuclear arsenal is sized and postured to destroy.
It ain't one thing, it's another.
The members of this committee
appreciate y'all for joining me. I'm your host, the one on Stock Sniper.
Views of the threat Russia poses, as well as his plans to counter it. The United States faces a daunting challenge. We must deter and, if necessary, defeat two nuclear peer adversaries. That task highlights the important role allies play in our security. President Trump deserves considerable credit for dramatically increasing allied burden sharing, which has helped to renew NATO's purpose. NATO is now actively debating a commitment for members to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. Amid this encouraging development, there are some in the Pentagon that believe the U.S. must draw down our military presence in Europe. This thinking bewilders most of us on this committee, given Russia's aggression and the renewed willingness of allies to share our collective defense burden. Our presence in Europe helps deter Russia. It also has additional benefits, including enabling and assisting our military operations in the CENTCOM and AFRICOM areas of operation. That support is vital, especially now as tensions once again rise in the Middle East. With that, I look forward to our hearing today, and I turn to my colleague and friend, Ranking Member Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Admiral Cooper, General Greenwich. Congratulations on your nominations, and thank you for stepping forward to continue your long careers of service. I particularly extend my appreciation to your families who were with you every step of the way and are one of the reasons I think you're here today before us. Gentlemen, as you are well aware, this is a very dangerous moment. On Saturday, the President ordered airstrikes on several nuclear facilities deep within Iran. More than 100 American aircraft and thousands of service members executed a remarkable global operation that significantly damaged Iran's nuclear infrastructure, although we still await the final battle damage assessment. And I salute the military personnel who carried out this mission with incredible skill and bravery. It is imperative that we prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. However, I'm concerned about the consequences of this attack. Iran has already retaliated by launching ballistic missiles at our bases in Qatar and Iraq, threatening tens of thousands of American troops. Fortunately, these strikes were intercepted, but we must recognize the grave risk of igniting a broader regional war. And our forces in the region must continue to brace for additional attacks. And indeed, we've seen additional attacks between Israel and Iran. I urge the Trump administration to pursue diplomacy and international engagement to prevent further violence. Admiral Cooper, I trust that you understand the challenging situation within which you have been nominated to lead CENTCOM. In this regard, your distinguished record of service is encouraging. Your career as a surface warfare officer with extensive command experience in the Middle East, including your current position as Deputy CENTCOM Commander and previous command of U.S. Fifth Fleet, should serve you well. If confirmed as CENTCOM Commander, you will need to not only address the Iran crisis, but also continue to navigate the difficult environment surrounding Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, the ever-present Houthi threat in Yemen, and the potential resurgence of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, all while the administration has announced significant force reduction in these areas. I'd like to know how you would address each of these threats and how U.S. military operations can align with Iranian nuclear negotiations and any plans you have to help build the capacity of our regional partners, such as the Lebanese armed forces.
We're listening here as the Senate panel continues their review of nominations for military commands. It does come as the situation in the Middle East continues to escalate, particularly between Israel and Iran, even though a ceasefire is in place at the moment. We also have this live image that we're getting out of the Netherlands as world leaders continue to arrive for the NATO summit. Also, President Trump is set to attend. We'll be right back.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this morning, guys. Appreciate y'all for joining me. I am your host, the one on the Stock Sniper. Apparently, Iran went on and hit Israel after the ceasefire. So Trump is very upset right now at both countries because they are violating, in his opinion, the peace talks, the ceasefire agreement. So it's a lot going on this morning, guys. We will get back to see what's going on. As of right now, at the stock market, we got the S&P 500 back over 600. We got Nvidia coming close to 150. We're starting to get close to all-time highs, guys, as we get closer to the 4th of July. As we get closer to the 4th of July. Oh, as we get closer to the 4th of July. Big jump by Nvidia, guys. We're going to take that right there. Boom. All right, we're ready to rock and roll on Nvidia. Good jump on Nvidia. Good jump. I got to show this big jump. We'll get back over there in a minute. Look at Nvidia, guys. Big jump on Nvidia. Big jump. Let's see what the S&P 500 is doing. But Nvidia had a big jump. Nvidia's over 147 right now and pushing. And pushing. Which is good news. We got to get back to the stock market, guys. Look at that big green candle by Nvidia. We broke resistance right here at 146.50 and automatically just pushed above 147. Big push above 187 as we get ready for the world leaders to gather for NATO. Let's see what S&P 5. Oh, look at the push by S&P 500. Only thing that is red is Tesla. But the S&P 500 is making a move, guys, as well as Nvidia. We're eyeing all-time highs. All we need is the big, beautiful bill to pass, and we'll be ready to rock and roll. Let's see, look at Nvidia. Big green candle, looking beautiful this morning. Looking beautiful this morning. As we get above 147.60, trying to get up to 148. See, all-time highs on Nvidia, I don't want to see the press, is right. I might as well erase all of these things down here. I'm about to do a lot of erasing right now, guys. Just hold up. Wait. I'm going to get back over to let's see. Here we go.
Right, and what about the Gulf countries? What role do they have to play here? We heard from the Qatari Prime Minister saying that even though Iran attacked a US base on Qatari soil, they want to forge ahead with a diplomatic solution here. What chance of that happening? What do they need to do to try and make sure that this ceasefire, no matter how fragile or volatile it is right now, actually sticks?
Well, this has, of course, been the gamble of Iran. I mean, Oman and Qatar are very important countries in mediation in conflicts in the Middle East. By breaching the sovereignty of Qatar with those strikes, there's definitely more suspicion among the Gulf states of what this means for them as mediators. So it was, in that regard, negative, but I do think that there is a vested interest among the Omanis, among the Qataris, and among the rest of the Gulf countries to again play the role of peace brokers.
Okay, thank you so much, Clara. We do appreciate your insight and your time as well. Thank you. That's Clara Brocard for us in Nice.
Thank you.
The leaders of NATO countries are set to meet in The Hague in the coming hours, where the conflict between Israel and Iran is set to top the agenda. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, is there.
When the leaders sit around this summit table, one option they have is to invoke Article 5 of NATO's treaty, which says an attack on one NATO nation is an attack on all 32 members. Oana Lungescu, who served as principal NATO spokesperson for 13 years, says that's unlikely unless Donald Trump himself forces the issue.
I think if the President of the United States were to ask for allies to show solidarity, that would clearly be something that the other allies would take very seriously indeed. And that was very similar to what happened back on after 9/11, 2001, when the terrorist attack on the United States led to the first and only invocation of Article 5 of NATO, which eventually led to the operation in Afghanistan, where all allies were involved.
Secretary General Mark Rutte faces the difficult task of keeping the NATO nations together at this time of great global tension. There is considerable unease in NATO capitals about what happens next in the Middle East, and some nations, including France and Norway, have questioned the legality of US military actions. But Rutte says he believes they were legitimate.
NATO has said Iran should not, and this is a consistent position of NATO, Iran should not have its hands on a nuclear weapon. So, and I would not agree that this is against international law what the US did.
The Hague is known as the International City of Peace and Justice, the base of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. Many experts here believe US military action was a violation of the UN Charter.
It's definitely disheartening that this prohibition to use force, which indeed predates the UN Charter, which is a very old and well-established international law, that's breached now so frequently, and then especially if it's being breached by permanent members of the Security Council. Here we can look at Russia, but now we can also look at the United States.
There is a packed agenda for this summit, ranging from NATO military spending to the conflict in Ukraine. But the escalating crisis in the Middle East is bound to dominate proceedings now. James Bays, Al Jazeera, The Hague.
With the ceasefire between Iran and Israel hanging in the balance, questions are now being asked about the future of the Iranian nuclear program. Currently, Tehran is a non-proliferation treaty partner. Osama bin Javed looks at the risks ahead should Tehran pull out of its NPT obligations ahead of a UN Security Council meeting later on Tuesday.
Iran's Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan nuclear facilities were repeatedly hit in Sunday's US attacks. Tehran's lack of a nuclear bomb did not prove to be a deterrent. Including the United States, there are 9 nuclear-armed countries in the world. Israel is the only one undeclared. Others include Russia, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India and North Korea. These countries have successfully developed nuclear warheads. They all operate nuclear facilities to enrich uranium or produce plutonium, and can launch nuclear weapons by delivering those warheads using missiles, aircraft or submarines. In addition to launching systems, the 9 countries have secured safeguards to prevent unauthorized use. Many believe that US attacks on Iran are only going to push it towards acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Now, given the enormity of the situation that Iran faces, I think it's beyond the time where they would use it for leverage. I think they would have to feel like they have to respond very visibly in some big fashion. And pulling out of the NPT is one of the few cards, actually,
What up,
they can
Don?
play
Dr.
in the
Davis,
diplomatic
appreciate y'all
stage.
for joining me.
Iran's future as part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT, is in doubt. NPT is the world's most important agreement to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. Since 1970, the agreement promoted the peaceful use of nuclear energy and encouraged nuclear disarmament. Signatories agreed not to transfer their weapons or help non-nuclear states develop them. And those which did not already have nuclear weapons agreed not to acquire them. The International Atomic Energy Agency has the job of overseeing nuclear material and technology. 191 states are parties to the NPT, making it one of the most widely adhered to arms control agreements. The only major arms control deal between the US and Russia, New START, expires next year. With no new deal in place, the future of global nuclear limits is uncertain. The NPT doesn't expire. It's meant to last indefinitely. But it's reviewed every 5 years, with growing frustration about the slow pace of disarmament. But the treaty is under strain, whether it's Iran's alleged violations and allegations that some nations are playing a double game.
Saudi Arabia, I think, would think about pulling out itself. And there might be other countries. Egypt, for example, has long been concerned that Israel doesn't face any international monitoring. And Egypt says that's unfair. And so Egypt, if others pulled out, might think that it would be worth their while to pull out. And, there could be other countries around the world similarly fed up with the international nuclear order.
Israel, India and Pakistan never signed it. North Korea left it in 2003, and if Iran withdraws from the NPT, it would no longer be bound by its rules. Shama Javed, Al Jazeera.
Wow. Ain't nobody playing by the rules. Ain't nobody playing by the rules.
Israeli forces have killed more than 70 people in Gaza early on Tuesday. They include Palestinians waiting for food. Casualties have been taken to several hospitals at different locations across the Strip. The latest killings follow funerals on Monday for Palestinians who were seeking aid in northern Gaza. Tarek Abu Azoum joins us now from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Tarek, with the focus really the last couple of days been on Israel and Iran, it is more vital than ever to bring light to what is happening there in Gaza, because if anything, it seems the killing of people just trying to get aid is only getting worse.
Well, Tom, we know so far that all eyes right now turn to Gaza in light of the unprecedented Israeli escalation on the ground. The figures put out by Gaza's health ministry really signify and portray a very desperate humanitarian reality in Gaza, where more than 430 Palestinians have been killed since the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation started its operations in the territory, while over more than 3,644 others have been reported injured. These figures are absolutely staggering, and the testimonies that we have heard from survivors really describe great and massive chaos unfolded near all aid distribution centers. They told us that several Palestinians have been killed before they managed to secure the basic sustenance or getting any kind of food boxes. Others were killed after getting that aid box in their way to their families, giving a clear indication that humanitarian corridors have turned into death traps. This has been a very obvious pattern. Experts and people on the ground believe that these repeated patterns of attacks symbolize a slow, methodical, collective punishment for Gaza's population. But this crisis lies really deeper regarding the root of this crisis when it comes to the humanitarian misery that continues to stagger day in, day out. A humanitarian organization says that the absence of a structured distribution mechanism and a transparent channel for aid distributions has triggered some sort of chaotic scenes that have been justified as a security threat to be a main tool to target desperate and hungry crowds. People continue to report that Israel used drones, snipers, and different kinds of artillery in order to target civilians. And we have seen how desperate people and visibly thin who have been brought to the hospitals across the Gaza Strip.
Tarek, as always, thanks so much.
Destroyed that building. That missile went straight into civilians.
The Commissioner General for the UN's Relief Agency for Palestinians says the organisation's financial situation is dire and that it may soon cease to operate. Philippe Lazzarini says the Israeli authorities have campaigned against UNRWA, including false accusations that it's a terrorist organisation. He says their finances are now at a breaking point.
Without additional funding, I will soon have to take unprecedented decisions affecting our services to Palestinian refugees across the region. The loss of UNRWA's stabilizing effect on a region increasingly in turmoil will also be consequential.
It's going to be a big.
In response to the very real possibility of the agency imploding in the face of extraordinary adversity, the United Nations Secretary General has requested a strategic assessment of the impact and exercise of UNRWA's mandate.
Well, Dr. James Smith is an emergency physician who spent several weeks volunteering on a medical mission to Gaza. He says conditions are catastrophic despite the efforts of the medical teams.
Keep going back and forth. Maybe
emergency medical teams have been going to Gaza now for more than 20 months. For me, that was a measure of a commitment to internationalist solidarity. So to be present and to work shoulder to shoulder with our Palestinian colleagues.
That's
really what motivates us as healthcare workers and as people who are committed to international solidarity work to enter Gaza. And the situation really over the course of the last 20 months has deteriorated day on day. There is a very powerful rhetoric at play now. We've entered into a new phase of the genocide, this sort of illusion of humanitarianism, if you like, wherein we're hearing that distributions are ongoing, that people are being provided with food. Tens, if not hundreds of Palestinians are being killed every single day. And these distribution sites, I refuse to call them aid centres or humanitarian centres, these militarised distribution sites are also killing
very
people.
Little medical aid.
So very little medical aid has entered into Gaza. This is now day 115 of the blockade. More than 50% of essential medicines have ruptured in the Ministry of Health's central stores.
Going through it, bro.
This means, of course, that healthcare workers are working with drugs that they wouldn't normally use for patients. They're running out of basic medical supplies. Of course, several of these hospitals have been targeted and destroyed, and others have been completely surrounded, which of course is the case currently for Nasser Hospital and Al Amal Hospital in Khan Yunis. The situation there is beyond dire. The hospitals, of course, have already been besieged and occupied by the Israeli military during the course of the genocide, and there's a very real risk that without immediate intervention, the same might happen again.
Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae, for this news hour, but I will be back with more continuing coverage of the conflict between Israel and Iran. Stay with us.
In-depth analysis of the day's
department is undertaking right now, but I do commit to providing a detailed assessment and my military advice up to the Secretary of Defense as they go through that posture review and understanding the importance that ground combat power has.
Fair enough. We're going to stick to the 5 minutes, so I will yield back and recognize my friend Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me begin by saluting General Kurilla and General Cavoli, outstanding soldiers who've
we got NATO today, too. NATO
legacy. Admiral Cooper, we have something sort of in common. My father served in the United States Navy in World War II and inspired me to go to West Point. And your father served in the United States Army in World War II and inspired you to go to the Navy. So we have something in common.
Yes, sir.
One of the critical issues at the moment is the possibility of Iranian and Russian collaboration, which touches both CENTCOM and EUCOM. The foreign minister was just in Moscow, I believe, yesterday. The Iranians have provided significant support to their fight against Ukraine, and I'm sure at this point they're demanding reciprocal support. Both General Grinkovich and Admiral Cooper, from a military perspective, what happens if the Iranians and the Russians begin to collaborate more closely in supplying the Iranians with equipment or with technicians or with a whole range of things? Admiral Cooper, please.
Senator, thank you for that. First, I think I'd note the Iranian and Russian collaboration. I'd also add into that mix the collaboration with North Korea and China. I think at the strategic level, that emerging axis is troubling and one that we'll have to keep our eye on, and if confirmed, I will absolutely do that. We've certainly seen the tactical implications of support from Iran to Russia. We've seen tactical implications of Chinese companies providing sensors and weapons and components to Iran, who ship them to the Houthis, who shoot them at Americans. I think we need to call those types of things out more. But clearly that emerging foursome, that axis is one that we need to pay attention to.
Thank you. And General Grinkovich.
Yeah, sir, I agree with my good friend, Admiral Cooper, on this. From a European perspective, the Iranian supplying of drones to the Russians and their extensive use in Ukraine has contributed to countless numbers of casualties. And so that is one thing that I do agree we need to keep a close eye on. But no doubt in my mind, we've seen the use of North Korean troops in the Russian fight in Ukraine. And of course, China is providing economic support to the entire group of these, this adversary alignment that we start to see. In a future context, as we start to think about potential conflicts against great powers, we do need to worry about the potential for simultaneity of those conflicts and think about how we posture ourselves and our allies to help deal with that. And that's one reason I think the increased spending that we're seeing from our NATO partners is going to be absolutely essential to success of the alliance moving forward.
I think your experience, Admiral Cooper, in the Middle East is that it's not a linear process there. Things happen which are quite unexpected. And one aspect of this, and it was pointed out by Vali Nasser, who's one of the more perceptive commentators about the area, is that Iran might draw the lesson that their only deterrence is to have a nuclear weapon, and it could accelerate its process of trying to obtain a weapon. What's your assessment of the possibility of that?
Senator, I think as we sit here now, it's a very dynamic time. I'd be reluctant to make a strategic assessment or tactical assessment. I think that's best done by the intelligence community in the coming days. But for sure, the thing I think that we need to do right now, and we are doing with clarity, is making sure our men and women are safe in the Middle East. And that's where our focus is today, sir.
Oh, thank you. A final question for Admiral Cooper. The proxy network of the Iranians has been significantly degraded by Israeli attacks primarily, but also other factors, the change in leadership in Syria. How are we going to continue that denigration of the proxies? That's one aspect of it. Second, do you sense, and this might be reserved for the closed session, that those proxies will eventually come back to the Iranians and start being active?
Senator, first I would agree that proxies are significantly degraded, particularly Hamas and Hezbollah. If confirmed, it would be a priority of mine to deter conflict through both the deterrence of Iran and those proxies. I think we're going to have to continue to watch them very closely. While those two proxies have been degraded, we still have the Iranian-aligned militia groups that are out there, as well as the Houthis currently in a ceasefire with us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you both, Admiral Cooper, General Grinkovich, for your service and for the service of your family to this country for many, many years. General, you're nominated not only to serve as commander of the U.S. European Command, but also as the Supreme Allied Commander, Europe, who is responsible for all NATO military operations and forces, and that includes the American nuclear forces that are assigned to NATO. NATO is a nuclear alliance. The role that you would assume in NATO has always been filled by an American, beginning with General Eisenhower in 1950. How do you view the role of nuclear deterrence with respect to the NATO alliance?
Senator, in my view, the U.S. strategic nuclear forces under the command of General Cotton at U.S. Strategic Command are really foundational to the security of all of Europe and foundational to the security of the alliance, as really, you know, and also underpin global security in many ways, and they're absolutely essential. I also would note the forward positioning of certain nuclear capabilities on the continent, and those provide a very important backstop against any potential threat coming from the east.
You earlier were asked about the increased, the higher role of spending from our NATO partners to 5% of GDP. I'm curious how you would work to coordinate among the NATO members to ensure that their investments would be complementary to each other and to the alliance as a whole.
Senator, if confirmed, I think that would be one of my major responsibilities, is to ensure that any increased spending was done in a way that benefited the alliance and ensured the achievement of capability targets that the alliance has agreed to. I'd also note the work that has been done on the NATO plans and that there are specific requirements and capabilities that are essential to the effective execution of those plans. And so, you know, certain countries have strengths in particular areas. You know, some countries are very strong in the land domain. Others have a stronger position in the...
Is with particularly the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, because in the president's words, he believes that Iran unintentionally fired after the ceasefire had gone into effect, and while it caused no damage, was just a handful of missiles. What we saw in response from Israel was a full attack on a radar site. As the U.S. president said, they dumped everything that they had. And so he was livid by that. He said he's frustrated with Iran, but he seemed really unhappy with Israel and said he was going to get on Marine One and take care of it. And that's exactly what he did. He had a phone call with the Israeli prime minister immediately afterwards, putting out this message on Truth Social: Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. In other words, saying the ceasefire will be in effect, Israel, right? And so it's very clear that he is exasperated. But the bottom line is he was asked in Air Force One, as he's now en route to the Netherlands, what is the end state here? Because the fact is that yesterday the U.S. president intimated that he was interested in regime change. He said he is not interested in regime change. Right now, he's looking for trust to be back on track and for the ceasefire to remain in effect.
Yeah, Kimberly, like you say, Donald Trump is on Air Force One, currently heading to a NATO summit in Europe. Can you just talk us through his plans once he gets there? Because obviously the ceasefire is going to be top of the agenda, no doubt.
Yeah, very quickly. Look, this was going to be about Ukraine, Russia. We know that he has said just now on Air Force One he's expecting to meet with the Ukrainian leader, Vladimir Zelensky. But there's no question that what is going to dominate this is going to be the conflict between Israel and Iran. But we do know the U.S. president is going to champion one of his other goals, and that is increasing defense spending from 2 to 5%, something that he says he will be pushing extensively. As he says, he believes that the United States is being ripped off. He wants to change that.
OK, thanks so much, Kimberly. Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent there. We're going to cross now to Bernard Smith, who is in Jordan's capital. He is in Amman because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel, as well as the occupied West Bank.
What up, Tim? How you doing,
If we can
bro?
begin talking about this phone call that Trump had with Netanyahu. We heard a little bit about it from the US side, but can you explain how the Israelis are viewing this?
Tom, Israeli media is saying this was a lengthy back and forth conversation between Trump and Netanyahu, in which Trump asked Netanyahu not to attack Iran at all. Netanyahu said he couldn't cancel the attack. They were already on their way, and some kind of response, he said, was needed to Iran's violation of the ceasefire. So in the end, the Israelis did this, what they called a scaled-down attack, even though Trump said there would be no attack at all. And the Prime Minister's office a bit earlier issued a statement explaining why it believed Iran had violated the ceasefire. It said they fired a missile at 7:06 a.m. local time, just 6 minutes after the start of the ceasefire, and then they fired 2 more at 10:25, which were intercepted or fell in open area. But if the ceasefire maintains, then it's pretty good timing for Benjamin Netanyahu. He's achieved his objectives within less than 2 weeks. He avoids Israel potentially being drawn into a longer war of attrition, and he can move on. The focus will return now back to Gaza, but maybe Netanyahu feels in a better position to reach a ceasefire deal with Hamas. We know talks are restarting there in a couple of days' time. Tom.
OK, thank you so much, Bernard. As always, Bernard Smith for us there in Amman. Qatar's Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani is urging Iran and Israel to abide by the ceasefire terms.
Telephone calls were made with the Emir, one with the US President about the developments and how to respond. There was also an opportunity to announce a total and complete ceasefire on all counts. And our friends in the US proposed that Qatar would initiate communications with the Iranians in order to examine their preparedness for this proposal. We contacted them, and that was followed by the announcement by the US President. However, the ceasefire violations witnessed this morning are unacceptable, and we hope that the ceasefire will hold and diplomacy will prevail. We urge the parties to observe and stand by the agreement.
Dorsa Jabari was at the Prime Minister's news conference in Doha and has more.
The Qatari Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, said that although Qatar wishes Iran all the best, this is now a scar on the relationship between the two countries. He said that the geography dictates who their neighbors are, and they have to maintain cordial relationships and try to be friends. But Iran's attack was clearly a surprise to the Qataris, who got intelligence shortly before the attack was launched on Al Udeid airfield here in Qatar. And the Prime Minister said that they were surprised themselves, as were the people of Qatar. He said this was an incident that was not expected, an attack that they were not anticipating. And he said as soon as it happened, the Emir of Qatar.
We saw over a multi-month period, and in support of that, a number of options, as required by law, were provided to support that diplomatically led effort. And if confirmed, I would provide those same set of options.
Does Central Command have a role in fostering these diplomatic engagements, discussions?
Central Command certainly has a role in the mill-to-mill underpinning that support the diplomatic engagements. We've had that for decades. It's particularly strong now, and if confirmed, I would look to nurture those relationships.
So how would Central Command balance the need to continue protecting our allies, i.e. Israel, with the emerging threat to U.S. forces of some 40,000 troops in the region following this weekend's strike of Iran's nuclear facilities?
Senator, this is something we've been focused on for many years, particularly illuminating since the October 7th attacks in 2023, and it's a priority effort every single day, and I would anticipate that would continue, and if confirmed, it would certainly be a priority of mine.
Well, we have a situation in which the head of our intelligence forces, well, basically intelligence agency, says that Iran was not pursuing its nuclear ambitions. Meanwhile, you have a president who says, I don't believe her. This does not give us much reassurance of what is actually happening in the region. So I just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know I'm beyond my time, but the volatility remains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Hirono. Senator Cotton.
Gentlemen, congratulations on your nominations. Thank you to your
families for their sacrifices over the year, and most important, thank you to the men and women you represent in your organizations and will represent for their service as well. I want to commend you both and commend everyone who was involved in the exceptionally successful mission against Iran over the weekend. Admiral Cooper, I want to return to a brief point you made with Senator Wicker. Although we have dealt a massive setback to Iran's nuclear threat, which is the worst kind of threat they could pose to us, Iran still poses a severe threat to our troops and to Americans around the world, right?
They do. They possess considerable tactical capability, one element of which we saw yesterday, which we thwarted in defense of Al Udeid Air Base.
And as the next commander of Central Command, one of your top priorities will be to continue the aggressive defensive posture and to continue the deterrence that's now been reestablished against Iran to defend our troops in the region as well as all of our friends in the region, Israel and the Arab nations.
Absolutely, sir. It would be an important priority, deterring Iran in proxies.
And I know that President Trump is mindful about this, that just because they had a very weak response yesterday, which they telegraphed in advance, doesn't mean that there might not be another response in a day or a week or a month or a year or 3 years. And it could be missiles or rockets against our troops, or it could be trying to blow up an embassy around the world or targeting American citizens for terrorist attacks, something that we have to be constantly on guard against because Iran has been terrorizing America and the civilized world for 46 years. Is that right?
Completely agree, sir. We've got to be in a three-point stance, ready to go every single day.
And at bottom, Iran didn't become a terrorist state because the United States bombed their nuclear bunkers. The United States bombed their nuclear bunkers because they're a terrorist state. Is that right?
I would agree.
Thank you. The strikes over the weekend showed the importance of having the world's very best industrial base and best munitions. The first time those had been employed in combat operations. They were incredibly successful. But the wars, both in the Middle East since October 7th and in Ukraine, has also revealed the fragility of munitions production in this country and the defense industry. Would you agree that we need to do a lot more to increase capacity for our munitions industrial base?
I would, sir. It's an area of significant concern. I know this is an area that senior DoD leadership is focused on right now. It's not a new issue. It's been around for some time, but clearly it's one we need to focus on right now.
And General Grinkowicz, I assume both in your current role in the Joint Staff and also your anticipated role in Europe, you would agree as well that we need to significantly expand munitions production in this country?
Senator, I would. As the Director for Operations on the Joint Staff with the responsibility along with my colleagues in logistics and sustainment for managing those munitions and pushing them to the fight, I'm acutely aware of some of the limitations that we have. And if confirmed, I would continue to advocate for strong investment on both sides of the Atlantic in the industrial base.
And our industrial base includes our defense contractors, companies that make this in the private sector, but it also includes our organic industrial base within the department. And given the track record over the last 3 years, would you agree that we really need an all-of-the-above strategy? We need to push both the private sector and lean on the assets we already have in the Department of Defense to produce the munitions our warfighters need?
Senator, I would. The organic industrial base does need that investment and attention. And on the private sector side, I would say we need to focus not just on traditional prime contractors, but also expand the competitive space to new entrants to get as much production capacity as possible.
Thank you. Admiral Cooper, I think I saw you vigorously nodding your head in agreement. Would you like to state that for the record?
Absolutely. I think the characterization of an all-of-the-above strategy is the appropriate characterization.
Okay. The operation last weekend, I guess a couple Thursdays ago in Iran, with the use of drones launched from inside the country, as well as a few weeks ago by Ukraine inside Russia, has revealed once again the threat that drones can pose to our bases here in the United States. And I've worked with Senator Gillibrand and a lot of other senators to address that threat here in the U.S. And we're going to try to pass legislation to expand the department's authorities on it. But General Grinkowicz, it's also a real threat in Europe, the prospect of NATO or American positions being attacked by drones, as we saw in Iran or as we saw in Ukraine. How do you assess the drone threat right now in the European theater?
Yeah, Senator, I think it's an acute threat. It's a new technology, and our investment in both counter-UAS capability and the ability to do the same sort of activities with our own drones needs vigorous attention.
Thank you. I agree it's an acute threat. if Israel can do it to Iran, if Ukraine can do it to Russia, we need to assume that the bad guys could do it to us and our troops and our bases as well, whether overseas or even here at home. And we need to counteract it rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Langford and I 3 weeks ago were in your AOR, Admiral, and
starting to believe
Baghdad
sooner or later
Erbil,
they're going to strike American soil.
Oman and Turkey and Istanbul. And first, I want to say what wonderful people we have working for us. All the people we met, our military people, particularly in Lebanon, State Department, intelligence community. This country is very fortunate to have the quality people that we have in dangerous and difficult circumstances. You're nodding. I presume you agree with that observation.
Sir, we have extraordinary men and women serving
very
overseas today and throughout the world.
That Iran
One of the
and
things
Israel
we learned in all of those countries was that none of those countries want us to leave.
It's gonna get real ugly.
There are uncertainties and instabilities. For example, in Iraq,
So we're gonna see all
probably
day
the
today what's
last
gonna happen.
proxy standing right now of Iran are the
Will they actually stop
Iran-inspired militias
If they don't,
in Iraq.
and
They
they
have an
start
election
back
coming up
fighting
this
each other,
fall, and
gonna get real
that's been
ugly.
one of the significant dangers. What I'm getting at is, it seems to me, given
But if
the
they really stop,
renewed volatility,
make Trump look like a
this
hero.
region has been volatile, seems like forever, but the renewed volatility in the last several months is not a good time to be drawing down our forces
So it's big,
because they are viewed as
a big time right
stabilizing
now.
forces in all of those countries in the Middle East. Do you have thoughts about that?
Senator, I think it's first and foremost important to remember what our forces are doing in Iraq and Syria, and that's focusing on the counter threat, the defense, the defeat ISIS operation with 20 other countries.
And that was going to be my next question.
So we're listening in there to the Senate panel reviewing nominations for military command. But I do want to head out to this live image that we're still getting out of Washington, D.C. House Republicans set to discuss the Israel-Iran conflict and the Trump administration's response.
Russia and Ukraine. Because you know how it is these days. People like to follow people. So if this Israel-Iran thing is really over.
Well, good morning, everybody. So good to see you. I want to start by continuing to offer my prayers for the safety and security of our service members and all Americans in the Middle East. God bless them and God bless our troops who are keeping us safe. Now, over the weekend, President Trump delivered peace through strength. Operation Midnight Hammer was not only a historic and successful mission, it was a message to Iran, a message that resonates for years, if not decades to come. Iran will never be allowed to attain a nuclear weapon. And if Iran continues to try to go down this path, prepare to face the full fury and wrath of American firepower. Because of President Trump's decisive action, the world is a safer place. And let me be clear, America is safer, Israel is safer, and our allies are safer. And like President Vance said, we are not at war with Iran. We are at war with Iran's nuclear program. The war against their nuclear program is already paying off. And thank you to President Trump for his decisive action again. Peace through strength is working. Now, switching gears, let me say this. The American people are waiting. They want to know with certainty that their taxes won't increase $5,000 next year. They want to know that violent, illegal immigrants are not in their communities anymore. But they don't have it yet. Because unfortunately, they're still waiting for the one big, beautiful act. And each day that goes by is another day that Americans don't have the certainty that they deserve. Whether you're a small business owner, a senior on Social Security, a tipped service worker, or a first responder working overtime to protect our communities, the one big, beautiful bill helps you. Americans should not have to wait any longer. There's no time to waste. Let's get this done. Let's send this bill to President Trump's desk so it can become law. Now, here with me today is a fellow Michigander. He's a real person with a real story, waiting for the one big, beautiful bill to become law. Sam Palmetter is the president of engineering and new product development at Laser Marketing Technologies in my home district of Carroll, Michigan. There are leaders in laser marketing and engraving technology, and I'll let Sam speak more to this, but they are eagerly awaiting for the immediate expensing for research and development so that they can continue being a leader in innovation right here in the United States of America. And now, without further ado, I will turn it over to my constituent and my friend, Sam.
Yeah, I don't need that box. Good morning. I'm not quite that tall, but I don't need that. So just real quick, Lisa has been such a spitfire for us in our district, not just during an election campaign year. She's in our factories, in our offices, year after year, checking on us, seeing what we need in our areas, and we can't appreciate her more. In all honesty, this lady doesn't need to do this, and she's doing it from her heart, and I can't thank her enough for what she's doing personally to really help manufacturing in America. So with that, let me get on track here for y'all, right? So thank you to House Republican leadership, including my Congresswoman, the awesome Chairman, Lisa McClain, for this opportunity to share the reason the big, beautiful bill needs to be signed into law. As the founder of Laser Marketing Technologies over 20 years ago, and as a lifelong resident of Michigan, a manufacturing state, I've seen firsthand the demise of the manufacturing sector in America and good-paying manufacturing jobs. It has slowly been outsourced to other countries that have taken advantage of the U.S. My company is one of the last 2 laser technology companies fully owned and operated in America. We had a third competitor from Ohio that tried to hang on but went bankrupt and was subsequently purchased last year by a foreign entity. Now think about that, right? These are the guys, we're the ones that are in the background supplying a lot for the Department of Defense, other items that are critical to our sovereignty. And this is going to foreign actors that own it. So this is what's happening to America. Our manufacturing IP is being bled off to other countries that need to stop now, before we don't have the manufacturing and intellectual property to build what is needed for our military and other vital industries. So with that, the following items in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that really matter to me and many other small business owners, not just in Michigan, but throughout the U.S., are the permanent increase of the qualified business income deduction to keep our taxes low and competitive on a global scale, not just in the U.S., but we are competing against everybody else. So why is our taxes so much higher than other countries? No tax and overtime was great for my employees. Just imagine if you're in trades, right? You're a trades person and you work an extra 20 hours and you get your check and you look at it. You guys ever go through this, anybody? Maybe not. But if you're in trades or anything like that, even if you work at a grocery store and you see that overtime, you think you're going to bring that in, and that's half of what you thought it was going to be because somebody else got your money, it didn't go in your pocket and it never will. Let's change that. I remember those days. That's part of this big, beautiful bill.
That's why I wasn't
really
big on
really
doing
phenomenal.
overtime.
And that should really resonate with
But
everybody
if
that's
they pass
actually
that
working with their hands,
no
right?
tax on
People that serve you
overtime,
food,
a lot of people are going to be very, very excited.
Especially
to those
deduction
overtime
allowance
hours.
for qualified production property. This will allow us to invest into the future and will immediately allow us to double our manufacturing space. So instead of expensing this off across 40 years, I'll be 90 years old.
Too
by
motivated
then, right? What's that going to matter to me?
about doing
If I can
overtime.
expense our manufacturing additions and new buildings that we need to build so we can supply the machinery for the U.S., we can do that and immediately write that off. And that means
When I used
something
to work
because
in the
that puts it
plant,
back in and we put
very,
right
very
back into
long
our
time
local
ago.
economy. What is that saying? High tide rises all boats. That's what this is about, right? We do this. It's not trickle-down economics or whatever, which I have nothing against, but let's think about it, right? If we are putting this money back into the U.S. manufacturing, where tradespeople are building these buildings and then qualified, good-paying jobs for workers. So the One Big Beautiful Act
So we're listening here as the House GOP does hold their weekly briefing, talking about the Israel-Iran
They know what they're doing, though, because
several other initiatives, including
all the people gonna do is spend the money anyway.
We do want to step away for a brief commercial break. I want to take you out closer to this image that we continue to have over in the Netherlands as world leaders there arrive.
Across the region. The loss of UNRWA stabilizing effect on a region increasingly in turmoil will also be consequential. So, in response to the very real possibility of the agency imploding in the face
or repurpose hundreds of mosques, especially in Xinjiang, where the majority of the Uyghur Muslim population lives. In 2019, The Guardian and Bellingcat revealed that over 30% of mosques in Xinjiang were damaged or destroyed. And they're saying why? It's because Chinese...
Some people will probably not spend all the money, but they already know that majority of the people, that extra overtime money, they're going to spend it. At least 80% of the people. But it's good, though, that they're doing that. No tax on overtime. That's great. That's great. Yeah, we've been live a little bit over an hour. Good news coming out this morning. The thing is, will this ceasefire really happen? We need it to happen, guys. If it happens, we're going to see Ukraine and Russia stop fighting too. Yeah, we're going to kill two birds with one stone. Because one thing about people these days, they love following other people. So I think that if this ceasefire holds up, we got Russia and Ukraine next. Because what's going to happen is that once everybody in the world realizes that this ceasefire has stopped, watch how everybody in the world start praising Iran, Israel, and the U.S. There's going to be a huge spotlight on those three countries. And guess what's going to happen? Ukraine and Russia are going to want part of that too. It's called, wait, hold up, what's going on now? We're waiting on the NATO summit. Everybody's pulling up, which is going to be very, very huge as well. Yeah, but as far as Russia and Ukraine, once they see Iran and Israel getting all this clout, they're going to want some of the clout too. So they're going to stop their war to be part of the clout game. Watch what I tell you. I ain't going to say it's going to be next week or next month, but once Iran and Israel really stop, and it's known that they have really stopped, Russia and Ukraine is going to be next. And it's going to make Trump look like a hero. We really need that as far as the American president getting his power back by the words, because an American president back in the 80s and the 90s, they could just, even before then, they could just say something, words, and can change everything that goes on in the world. That is not the case anymore. In recent presidencies, the American president's words have become weaker and weaker and weaker. So this is a crucial time in the U.S. power. If this ceasefire really happens, I think that some of the American president's power will come back. See, sometimes you got to put the muscle down, let everybody know who's really in charge. But at the same time, it's good that those weapons, those nuclear weapons, those plants have been destroyed. If they really have been destroyed, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Iran, they don't need no nuclear weapons, bro. Especially if they are threatening other countries, like they have been threatening us since I was 20 years old. So now we have found out that they've been doing this way since Jimmy Carter. That's over 50 years that they have been working on nuclear weapons. And guess what? If they get those nuclear weapons, they're going to use them against Americans. The main thing that they would want, and I think they would love it, if they could get one of those missiles to land over here, they'll love it. Yeah, they'll love it. Because don't get it twisted. Iran is equal, if not more, than Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, and those different terrorist groups. Iran is a terrorist group, people. Yeah, Iran is a terrorist group. Probably the biggest one we've ever seen. They got more money than Osama bin Laden can ever dream of. Why, Stock Sniper? Because they have been investing in Bitcoin for over 25 years. So that's why they are super, super wealthy. And if you look at those facilities are top-notch facilities that they're making these bombs in. Top-notch facilities.
And her boyfriend, and he was fine, but they are no longer with us. And we see this every day in communities all across the country. We've given President Trump some tools in law, like the Lake and Riley Act, to keep us safe from people who come here illegally and commit violent acts against our citizens. This will be one more of those tools. Of course, Friday we're going to have a vote to stand up for our ICE agents and for law enforcement in Los Angeles and other communities who are trying to keep us safe in the face of these violent riots, like the LA riots that you're seeing. That will be Friday. Of course, the overarching focus has been on the one big beautiful bill. The Senate finally has the legislation. They're moving forward. We've continued up here to talk about so many great things that this will do to get our economy back on track, to put more money in the pockets of hardworking families through so many provisions like certainty in the tax code, ensuring that you don't have a massive tax increase that would hit lower and middle income families, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the ability to have bonus depreciation, some of the other things that would bring investment into this country. But we also have so many other provisions. Border security, of course, is one, but energy security is a big component of this bill to allow America to continue producing more oil so we don't have to be dependent on foreign countries. So world markets aren't worried about an action Iran might take. When you saw them talking about shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, you really didn't see much of a change in oil prices because America and our allies can now pick up the slack because you have a president, Donald Trump, who wants to open up more American energy opportunities. And so do our friends around the world. And in this bill, we have a number of provisions to do that. But rather than me talk about those provisions, and I love the great work that South Louisiana is involved in so many different fronts at producing energy for the rest of the country and the world. But I am proud to have one of my constituents, Paul Danos, whose family for 3 generations has been involved in the energy industry. He knows just what it takes to produce American energy and the challenges that can be posed if Congress and the White House don't get it right, and what opportunities we have ahead for our country if we do get it right. That great leader is my friend Paul Danos.
Thank you, Leader Scalise, for having me here today for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Danos. I am CEO and one of the owners of Danos. We are a 78-year-old third-generation family-owned and managed energy services firm headquartered down in Southeast Louisiana. We provide frontline workforce that enable companies to explore, produce, and develop the energy in the Gulf of America. I'm honored to share with you the positive impact that this bill will have on family-run businesses in our areas and our employees around the country, and how critical this bill is for American energy dominance. I'm honored to represent so many hardworking people that provide safe, reliable, and affordable energy to our country. My grandfather, Alan Danos Sr., he took a risk. He had a dream in 1947 to create jobs for his community, prosperity for his community, and security for our nation. But during the previous administration, that sort of innovation and spirit was stifled. Oil and gas leases were canceled, they were nullified, and altogether stopped. This bill is a lifeline for American energy and restores the kind of predictability that businesses like ours need to invest and to grow. Predictability keeps capital flowing.
We're listening here as House Republicans are hosting their weekly press conference. We do want to slide away for a quick commercial break. We're going to head back out to this as we continue to listen in to more of these lawmakers.
The big, beautiful bill. Well, yeah, we need this Iran-Israel thing over with. There's a lot going on right now. We're still worrying about the big, beautiful bill, which they're trying to pass that by July the 4th, which that would be really good. Some people like it, some people don't, but it's not going to satisfy everybody. You know, you just got to pick out the positive things that would benefit you and yours and roll with it. So hopefully today we won't see no more attacks. And this ceasefire will really, really, really be a ceasefire. That'll be great news. And that will make Trump look like a hero. But after that, it's on to the next. Things are moving so fast. The world is moving so fast. Guess what? It's going to be something else right after this. It's a lot going on at one time. It's crazy. But the value of the American president's word, this is going to tell what's next. By this big ceasefire, it's big. It really is, because this Iranian thing has been going on like around the same time I was born. That's how long it's been going, a very long time. And Iran, if a lot of people probably don't know this, but Iran is connected with Al-Qaeda and all those other terrorist groups that participated in September 11th. It's a lot. It's a lot. Let's see. The Don, man, I just knew this war was over. I hope it is. If it's over, then it brings value, right, to the American president's word. They'll start taking America serious again. In my opinion, it's a big, big moment right now, because if they start back fighting, it's over with, bro. It's going to escalate. So they got to stop it. If they don't stop it, it's over with. It's over with. So hopefully today, no more attacks. We got to take it one day at a time. At least today, no more attacks. No more. For the value of the American president, no more. Because realistically, these foreign countries, the leaders of those foreign countries, They are super, super wealthy. So in their mind, they are the big dogs. They got more value than America, because we all know America is broke. America is broke. And these world leaders in these countries are super, super rich. So we gotta think about that. And plus they know that America is at war with itself. The red don't get along with the blue don't get along with the red. The house is divided. So America's real vulnerable, in a bad position, foundation-wise, right? Our foundation is like a house, right? If you got cracks in your wall, right, in your sheetrock, that means that the foundation is cracked. It's uneven. Same thing with relationships within a household, or within a country, or within a state. If it's a bunch of arguing and fighting publicly, that shows a weak foundation, and the enemy can attack. America it's been a bad foundation with America for, I would say, since Obama became president. They have been going back and forth ever since Obama. It started right around that time. Before then, the American president words was worth more than platinum, was worth more than gold. Just the speaking of an American president would shake the soul of the world. It ain't like that no more, guys. But one thing happened. What Donald Trump did, in my opinion, with Iran, with closing down those nuke facilities, that showed a lot of people what America is really capable of doing. So we try to fix our foundation. Once America fixes the foundation, hopefully it is happening, and hopefully it's happening right now, right in front of our eyes. A lot been going on in 5 months. But the thing is that one thing I don't like about the American system is that the president can only be the president for 4 years. 8 is he reelected. I don't like that system, because these days, 4 years goes by really, really fast. 8 years goes by real fast. And just like that, another president that have different ideas, a different vision, can change. Time for MAGA to enlist. It can change, right? So that's what I don't like. I want the president of America can be in office like the countries overseas. You can be in there 10 years, 15 years, right? Because if, let's say like Donald Trump fixes the foundation and get everything ready to rock and roll in these 4 years, or at least put us in a position to get back on our feet, not just financially, but respect around the world and within the country, because it starts at home. And then somebody else comes in that's against everything that this man trying to put down, because don't get it twisted. A lot of people just don't like Donald Trump, bro. They just don't like him. And that right there is bad business. That right there will mess up your whole program. That right there will mess up your whole program. Just because a lot of people don't like Donald Trump. And it goes vice versa too. A lot of people on the red side don't like nothing that the people on the blue side do. It's kind of ridiculous. I hope they get over it though, bro. Because the same thing that Donald Trump did right now, if you've been around, if you know this stuff in and out like I do, the same things Clinton was saying, Bush was saying, Obama was saying, the other Bush was saying, all these decades, they all been saying the same thing, but nobody took action really. Because don't get it twisted. The war on terror never ended, bro. The war on terrorism that started way back when they got Osama bin Laden, a lot of people quit talking about it. But those sleeper cells, those attacks on American soil been going on. The last terror attack was in New Orleans when that guy ran down Bourbon Street with that truck and killed those people. That was a terrorist attack. He had made plenty trips overseas. It's called homegrown terrorism. He went overseas and got radicalized and came back and pulled that terrorist attack and killed all those people on Bourbon Street. The war on terror has never been over with, bro. It's still been happening right now. They just haven't been having the capabilities to do it on the scale like when those planes ran into those towers. They haven't been able to put it on that type of scale. They haven't been able to put it on that type of scale. So what they do, they already have people over here. Sleeper cells been here for a very long time. So not only are they recruiting their own people, they're also recruiting American citizens. American citizens. Okay. Trump hates blacks. I can't even imagine him being in office for 10 more years. Don't you know your favorite rapper who used to roll with Trump? Katie? Don't you understand that your favorite rapper in the 90s, Trump was their mentor? Do you understand that? Do you understand? The black community loved Trump in the 90s. Do you understand that? Your favorite boxer loved Trump in the 90s. Did you know that Trump used to be a Democrat. Did you know that? Did you know Trump endorsed Oprah Winfrey to become president in the 90s? Did you know Trump and Oprah Winfrey was like this in the 90s? Did you know Trump, again, endorsed Oprah to become president of the United States in the 90s? Did you know that? See, a lot of y'all, bro, just be talking. Just be talking. Talk to some of the elders that got sense, that's been around, bro. They loved Trump when he was a Democrat. They loved him. They loved him. So y'all, man, y'all gotta watch who y'all listen to, bro. Trump used to be a Democrat in the 90s. A lot of y'all probably don't even know that. A lot of y'all don't even know that. But Trump used to be a Democrat, bro. Diddy is one of Trump's best friends, bro. Diddy, yes, was one of Trump's best friends. They both from New York. So you gotta educate yourself, and you gotta make a little bit of common sense, and you gotta watch who you listen to. He lost his brain when he joined Republicans. If that's what you think, that's what you think. But that's what they gonna say. Why? They upset because he switched and they're not getting that donor money no more. He was donating a lot of money to the Democrats. He was one of the Democrats' top donor in the 90s. You're lost and not qualified. How I'm not qualified? How I'm not qualified? I do this. I've been doing this for decades. I've been doing it for decades. I ain't just started paying attention to this when they developed the internet. I was good in history. I ain't just started this. Bro, I think you're lost. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're uneducated. You don't know what you're talking about. What you do, Sally, go and educate yourself. Go and educate yourself. I've been around. I've been doing this. I ain't just got here. I've been here. So you got to educate yourself, right? And not just focus on one thing. You got to get out of your feelings. Oh, you didn't mean me? Okay. Well, you know, a lot of us, I had to get out of my feelings, right? And I had to pay attention to what's really going on. And it takes time, right? A lot of people just started following this stuff. A lot of people are brainwashed by a certain group instead of being open-minded. We have to be open-minded. We got to think outside of the box. And the main thing is you got to be around the right people. You got to be around the right people. It's called discipline. Some things are just common sense, bro. Some things are just common sense. And a lot of things that are not common sense are not common these days. And a lot of people be speaking on stuff and they don't know nothing about it. So let me put it back on this. I'm tired of talking, guys. Appreciate y'all for joining me. I am your host, the one and only Stock Sniper. So let me put it back on this.
April the 4th, do you think that you will take action to address concerns from the other side that Trump was unconstitutional in his actions, or perhaps think about repealing or altering the work of
There's a lot there. Look, the reason that the ceasefire is fragile is because you have Iran as one of the parties, and they have demonstrated for us over the decades that they are not to be trusted. You know, Ronald Reagan said, "Trust but verify." We're now in a posture where we verify and then trust, okay? And that's where we are. They have not been truthful over the years. They have not been reliable for their word, and they have in so many ways, they've been a very irrational actor on the world stage. So it's fragile just because of the parties involved. But what I would say about our role here in the Congress is that there were a couple of resolutions floated. One of our Republican colleagues, Thomas Massey, has got over 50 Democrats who had signed on to his War Powers Act resolution he wanted to bring to the floor. They were filing those resolutions as privilege resolutions, which means they must be heard within a certain number of days, 15 days of legislative business. And I don't have the power to stop a privilege resolution. But I did talk to Thomas, who is a colleague and a friend. I talked to him on the floor. We never agree these days. I'm not sure where his philosophy is coming from. But anyway, I talked to him on the floor last night, and I said, listen, in light of the ceasefire, if the ceasefire holds, obviously you would agree that your War Powers Act resolution is now a moot point. And he said, yeah, it probably is. So we may not have to act upon that. I hope we don't, because I think it would be a terrible look, and it will not pass the House. Because it's inappropriate and it's not a proper use of the law anyway. The president has clearly fulfilled his responsibility under the War Powers Act, assuming that act was even constitutional. So, yeah. One last question.
On the subject of Thomas Massey, if he does face a primary counter, as Trump was directing to find, will you defend him in that?
That's the hardest question I had this morning. I'll be totally honest with you. Okay. Look, the Speaker's job, my role with my party cap on, is I'm leader of my party here, and the Speaker leads the Incumbent Protection Program, right? That's what we call it. I got to make sure everybody gets reelected. I travel the country nonstop, relentlessly raising money to ensure that happens.
The world doesn't trust Trump. Well, in my opinion, I think it's bigger than Trump. I think the world don't trust America. And I think they don't trust America because we are not, the American system is not stable. You got red going against the blue. It's the foundation of America is wishy-washy. And plus, the whole world knows and understands that America is broke. So it has nothing to do with Donald Trump as a person, in my opinion. I think they just don't trust the American system anymore because it's too broken. Why should I listen to you and I know your household is all messed up? Why should I listen to you when I know you broke and you living paycheck to paycheck and you owe everybody and their mama? I think that's what it is, in my opinion. They just don't trust America, bro. That's what I think. And I think that it is a big pivotal time right now. This ceasefire is very, very, very important. This is very important. If this Iran-Israel if this Iran-Israel war continues and nobody listens to Donald Trump and stops, I think it's going to get real, real ugly. So today, tomorrow, next week is very, very crucial. Very crucial. Heading to NATO, where at worst, it will be a much calmer period than what I just went through with Israel and Iran. I look forward to seeing it. Okay, hopefully it's over with. That's the main thing that I'm concerned about. Is this Iran thing over with? I agree with you. A ceasefire would not happen until Israel stops the and Palestine. Yes, but I think that this Iran-Israel thing is the first step, because I think that if this really stops, everything else will probably stop too. Bill Clinton did not ask Congress to attack Bosnia. George Bush did not ask Congress to attack Iraq. Obama did not ask Congress to attack Yemen. Why are they going after Trump? Big old facts. There you go. Boy, I love the people in my comment section. I love the people that come over here in this comment section. Y'all are so intelligent. There you go. Salute. There you go. Right there. That's why I try to say that what Trump is doing, bro, all those presidents been doing the same thing. That's why I tell people, educate yourself. Find somebody that's older and listen to what they're saying. Because why? They have lived through that. They lived through it. World War III is about to start. That's why they are in the Netherlands. That's why it's very important that these wars end. It's very, very important. Very, very important. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. That's a lie. They did get approval from Congress. All right. Wait, here's Ukraine president speaking.
The Dutch Parliament. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue to bring more of these live images out of the Netherlands as we wait for world leaders to arrive at the NATO summit.
You're right. AI does play a big role. That's why it's very important that you get who you get your information from. I hope all these talks come with peaceful resolutions. Yes, me too. ATM Tim, appreciate you for joining us. Yeah, I hope so too. And right now, this ceasefire is very, very, very important. 180 people in the building. Please hit the like button. That's why this ceasefire is very, very important. Very important. Let's see what's going on.
He's launching, sending 20 flights abroad today to bring repatriate Israelis stuck overseas. There is an economic cost, $1.3 billion and 40,000 claims for compensation, and the cost to the economy, the Israeli economy overall, about $5.9 billion, according to latest government estimates. But Netanyahu doing very well, and one newspaper even speculating that he might call a snap election. Remarkable that considering just before June 13th, Parliament might have been dissolved, he might have gone to an election then, which because of the criticism of his handling of Gaza and the failure to bring the captives back, he would almost certainly have lost. Well, now his fortunes have certainly turned around.
Indeed, Bernard, thanks for that. Bernard Smith there in Amman. All right, from the Israeli perspective to the view in Iran, Ali Hashim is standing by for us in Tehran. And Ali, so give us a sense there where you are about everything that's happened.
Well, earlier today there was this Israeli attack on Babul Sar, which is around 200 kilometers from Tehran, a town of more than 100,000 people population.
Here's Jerome Powell.
We're listening here as Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is testifying before the House. A couple of other live looks there on your screen. Going to bring them up a little bit closer as we are still with this image that we're getting out of the Netherlands. Several world leaders arriving for the NATO summit, and also we had a look at the stocks this morning. On this Tuesday morning,
there's a lot going on, guys. Appreciate y'all for being here. If you ain't subscribed to the channel yet, please hit the subscribe button. I'm all over the place. There's a lot going on in the world, you know, and I'm sitting here bringing you the content, letting you, educating you, and letting you know what's going on. If you already know, share the video. Appreciate y'all for joining me. We got NATO. We got Iran, Israel. We got Jerome Powell. We got the big, beautiful bill. We got immigration, migrants. It's on and on and on and on and on. It's a lot going on in the world, guys. It's a lot. Appreciate y'all for joining me. Hit the like button for the algorithm, please, so we can get more people in here. We need to get more people seeing this from different perspectives. We got people in the comment section. I love it. I appreciate y'all. Intelligent people in the comment section. They are giving their point of view, being respectable, but also giving their point of view. And that's what you can do over here. You can come over here, speak your mind, as long as you're respectable, education-wise. You got a voice over here. I want to know how y'all think. I want to know. Yeah, so I appreciate y'all for joining me. I'm your host, the one and only Stock Sniper. Labor economy by 2035 will be done by robots. Keep up the good work. Appreciate your cause. Appreciate everybody that's been coming in. Y'all could be anywhere else, but y'all come kicking it with me. Y'all come kicking it with me. And I appreciate it. We're trying to see what's really going on. We got a lot going on. We're waiting to see the NATO conversations. Everybody's arriving to the summit right now. We're waiting to see what's going to be said at NATO. But the main thing that I'm concerned about right now is ceasefire with Israel and Iran. Here we go.
Events that we have from all over the world. We're going to stay in Washington, D.C., though, on Capitol Hill, as Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell continues to testify before the Senate.
Because that's how we get our economy firing on all cylinders and work to continue to close the racial wealth gap, which my home city of Atlanta continues to lead the nation in. That seems like such a far cry from where we are today. almost a year later. Forget our economy firing on all cylinders. Now our economy and our nation seem to just be on fire. We're looking at tariffs that are raising the prices of groceries.
We're continuing to listen and hear to some testimony given on Capitol Hill featuring Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, but I do want to turn our attention now to some breaking news as we are getting some remarks from President Trump aboard Air Force One ahead of the NATO summit. Let's take a look.
Any consequences for Israel or Iran for breaking?
They didn't do anything, no. They didn't do anything. They would have if I put out a statement of truth, and they didn't do anything.
Sir, how are you confident that this might not happen again? Say in a couple weeks that...
Tired of it. I think they don't want it to happen again. And Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, by the way. I think it's the last thing on their mind right now.
Mr. President, did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment.
They're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders. And they're going to be a great trading nation, and they have a lot of oil. They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
So did they promise?
The last thing on Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
Can you clarify what you meant when you mentioned regime change in your Truth Social post the other night?
Which?
Regime change. Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people. And they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job, which is exactly where I've been saying for years. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But we're going to be with, where's Marco? I think Marco's here someplace. You know, our great Secretary of State. But we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons. They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. They hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree, it did destroy it, but maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, it couldn't have destroyed it more. Everyone hit. And it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger. So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace. And so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all a disgrace. But it's an amazing period of time. Now we're going to NATO, and we'll get a new set of problems. We'll solve a new set of problems.
Do you think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there.
Sir, you said a couple days ago that you didn't think the U.S. should have to agree to the 5% increase in GDP on defense.
No.
Do you want to
I was the one that said that's what they should be paying, as you know. No, I should do something. And they're having a problem with Spain. There's always a problem with Spain. Because Spain's not agreeing, which is very unfair to the rest of them, frankly.
So the U.S. won't be increasing our GDP to 5%.
We should pay what everyone else, you know, they're in Europe, we're not. You know, a lot of that money goes to rebuilding their bridges, their roads, so it can take heavy equipment. And, you know, we don't have any roads in Europe. We don't have any bridges in Europe. So, no, it wouldn't be quite the same thing for us. But we're with them.
Are you still committed to Article 5 of NATO?
It depends on your definition. There's numerous definitions of Article 5. You know that, right? But I'm committed to being their friends. You know, I've become friends with many of those leaders, and I'm committed to helping them.
What do you want the role of NATO to be going forward once these other countries are spending more?
By having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace, and I think we have that. You know, when I went to NATO, they were broke. When I first started this whole thing, it seems like a long time ago, 9 years, right? But they were broke. I knew it immediately. I said, you guys are broke. They weren't paying their dues. 7 of the 28 countries, at the time it was 28, were paying their dues, but they weren't paying very much. NATO was broke. Then I said, you're going to have to pay, and we did a whole thing, and now they're paying a lot. Then I said, you're going to have to lift it to 4% or 5%, and 5% is better. And they just, I guess they're voting on that today, but they're going to be lifting it to 5%. That's good. It gives them much more power.
Mr. President, if there's language in the final summit declaration about aggression by Russia, would you be okay with that kind of language?
Well, I'll have to take a look at it, but, you know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you. And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week. More, 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine, a war that never would have happened if I was president. So enjoy your flight.
Let me ask you one more follow-up. In your comments just now about Article 5, that will probably make some people in Europe concerned. Can you clarify what you mean? Are you still committed to mutual defense?
I'm committed to saving lives. I'm committed to life and safety. And I'm going to give you an exact definition when I get there. I just don't want to do it on the back of an airplane.
Okay. And one other question on energy. What's your take on the oil price situation right now, and are you concerned?
Great. I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. I put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things when the energy goes down. We're going to have a lot less conflict. So it came down, and our energy department's doing a great job. We're drilling like we've never drilled before. We're keeping it down. We're going to keep it down until all these wars are settled. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you.
Iranian sleeper cells in the United States.
Biden led a lot of super cells, and Biden was an incompetent president, had no idea what he was doing. He hardly ever signed a document. Other people signed documents for him with the auto pen. It was gross incompetence. And among everything else, he let a lot of super cells in, many from Iran. But hopefully we'll take care of them. What Biden did to this country should never be forgotten.
Sir, do you think you'll get the Nobel Peace Prize now, sir?
And those were just the remarks made by President Donald Trump aboard Air Force One as he does head toward the NATO summit happening in the Netherlands. He was accompanied there, you saw right behind him, by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who posted this on X earlier today, headed to the NATO summit in The Hague with POTUS. Under the president's decisive leadership, we're driving historic change at NATO. And he also included with this post some remarks or a statement that was put out by President Trump on Truth Social, in which he says heading to NATO, where at worst it will be a much calmer period than what I just went through with Israel and Iran. I look forward to seeing all of my good European friends and others. Hopefully, much will be accomplished. I do want to head out to this live image that we continue to have over there in the Netherlands as more world leaders do arrive for the NATO summit. We'll be right back.
We're still continuing our efforts and, God willing, we'll try to look for an opportunity during the next 2 days for having indirect negotiations between the two parties to reach a deal. We hope that the Israeli side will not exploit the ceasefire with Iran to unleash what it wants to unleash on Gaza and continue its bombing of Gaza.
So, if you're just joining us, here's a reminder of the developments in the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Israel has retreated its jets from Iranian skies after striking Tehran. That is after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to Donald Trump, who earlier blamed both Iran, but particularly Israel, for violating a ceasefire that he declared overnight. Hours earlier, Israel accused Iran of firing missiles towards the country. Iran's military chief denied the claim. Iran's president says that Tehran will not violate the ceasefire unless Israel does. OK, now let's take a look at some of the posts and comments made by Donald Trump in just the past few hours. Shortly after boarding Air Force One, Donald Trump wrote this: Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. President Trump spoke to reporters on board the presidential aircraft, and he said that Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon. It is the last thing on their mind right now. Trump also said he doesn't want regime change in Iran. Regime change would trigger chaos, he said, appearing to be at odds with a social media post he made just days earlier. Well, let's take all of this on with Hassan Ahmadian, who's an assistant professor at the University of Tehran, joins us now from the Iranian capital. Great to have you with us, Hassan. First of all, how much confidence do you have that this ceasefire that seems to have come from Donald Trump is going to hold, especially in the light of the latest Israeli strikes?
Well, it depends on whether or not the Israelis will honor it and whether or not the U.S. president proves his ability to enforce it on the Israelis. The Iranians, said by the Supreme National Security Council, the highest security authority in the country, that they will honor it and only will go against it if the Israelis violate it in retaliation of any Israeli violation of the ceasefire. So all bets are on whether or not the Israelis would violate it. The Israelis obviously want a situation similar to what they have in Lebanon, for instance, where they hit, despite the ceasefire, continued their attacks on Lebanese targets. But the Iranians will not live with that, and they think they have what they need to deter such a behavior on the part of the Israelis.
Okay, so if the ceasefire does hold, what next for Iran? What is it that they will want to achieve from any forthcoming negotiations?
Well, the war was imposed on Iran. Iran didn't.
We're listening in here to Fed Chair Jerome Powell testifying there on Capitol Hill. We'll be right back.
Acted illegally, violating the UN Charter, breaching the international rules-based order by what it did in Ukraine. Isn't this just double standards? You're trying to convince countries around the world beyond NATO. Won't they see this as double standards?
We are talking about totally different things. Russia has invaded and aggression against Ukraine.
They're both international law. They're both the UN Charter.
Yeah. UN Charter is important, but you cannot mix like two different things. If you have one leader as Putin is just attacking one nation, destroying that, and not giving any opportunity for Ukrainians to exist in the future. This is actually his main goal. These are totally different things.
Margus Tsakna, the Foreign Minister of Estonia, thank you for joining us here at the NATO summit, where they'll continue to discuss a range of different subjects, but President Trump and the continuing crisis in the Middle East, I think, dominating much of the proceedings. James Bays, Al Jazeera, in The Hague.
Well, this is Donald Trump's first NATO summit in his second term. On his way, he posted a screenshot of a text message that he received from the NATO Secretary General, that's Mark Rutte. And in the message to Trump, Rutte says, "You are flying into another big success in The Hague this evening. It wasn't easy, but we've got them all signed on to 5%. Europe is going to pay in a big way, as they should, and it will be your win." So let's examine this now with Fabrice Potier, who is Chief Executive Officer of Rasmussen Global and was Director of Policy Planning at NATO, so knows NATO very well. Joins us now from Brussels. So Fabrice, it's an interesting quote of a private message that I presume it was meant to be private from the NATO Secretary General. What do you make of it?
Well, I think that obviously Secretary General Rutte is playing his audience. In this case, it's Donald Trump, which, given his personality, you do need to flatter and to present him achievements as his own achievements. But I think it should not hide the fact and make us forget the important fact here. European allies should not be leaving the idea that they are signing to 5% because of Trump. They're signing 5% because of their own security and the threats environment, especially with Russia, that has become much more complicated. So this is maybe satisfying for Trump, which it's true has been pushing for it. But at the end, the European leaders are doing what their military planners are telling them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us again here. We have a saying, Iowa's nice, kind of boring. We want our Fed chairman to be just the same, and you're doing a great job at that. We appreciate it. Thank you. Nothing gets boring. We like that too. Look, you have a lot of great staff that come from Iowa as well. I appreciate you having them on your team. We also want to recognize the fact that, folks in Iowa are still feeling the challenges of the last 4 years. We're middle America. It is the heartland of the country, but it also means that impacts that change things on the coast don't always get felt the same way in the Midwest. And so as a result, folks are stretching every dollar as they face everything from higher grocery prices, eggs, to trying to buy just that first car or even maybe that first home. And interest rates to them matter as they do everywhere else, but they're even more. Now, I will offer, the president has made great strides in making progress for Iowa families, and wage growth is moderating nationwide. Many Iowans still feel, though, that inflation spikes impact them. And with the president focused on rebuilding the middle class, I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Fed ensures that this heart of the heartland can feel the benefits of a soft landing as you've laid out.
Oh, you're asking me how you will feel the benefits of the well, I would think pretty open-ended question. So I think, our goal is to keep the economy strong, the labor market strong, and price stability fully restored. So that's really what we can provide, is a long period of stable prices. And we define that as Chairman Greenspan used to, which is people can make economic decisions in their families and their jobs where they don't have to think about inflation all the time. And we're getting back closer to that place, but we're not quite there yet. That's the main thing we can now do. And once we restore price stability, very soundly, that gives us the ability to react more strongly to downturns in the economy without having to worry about inflation. And so that's, we have limited scope, but those are two very, very important things that we can deliver that benefit all families.
I would agree. So I guess I would also like to focus here on the short term. The Fed Reserve has slightly lower rates to ease borrowing costs for rural communities, and long-term trade negotiations strengthen our global position. Would you agree that the agricultural sector in particular is vulnerable to both interest rates and recognize international markets? And how would the Fed evaluate the unintended consequences of policy on commodity-dependent economies in a state like Iowa?
So we have a number of our Federal Reserve Bank presidents represent operations and families and farms. And so we hear from them kind of all the time, but we hear from them in great detail around every FOMC meeting. And we understand that times, pretty challenging right now in the agricultural sector. We take that into account. Ultimately, we're responsible for the aggregate level of the economy and for keeping inflation under control and maximum employment. So, but we do very much think about and take into consideration the agricultural sector and the people in it.
We appreciate that evaluation. I know there are farmers back home as well as, our bankers who value that because they're the ones providing the capital for it. I want to talk a little bit on the national security side as the vice chair of NatSec here. If foreign actors begin weaponizing treasury sales or dollar reserves, what tools does the Fed have to help preserve financial stability and the dollar's status as a reserve currency within the world?
Essentially what just the reserve currency is a few things. It is our great democratic institutions, open capital markets, very open capital markets, and it is that we have price stability and the rule of law. Those are the things that make you the reserve currency, and you can keep that status as long as you maintain those things. Of those things, the thing that we contribute is price stability over the long run. So people who want to invest in or use the dollar, they can be confident in the value of the dollar over time, that it won't fluctuate wildly or decline in ways that, and so that's our role. Really, Treasury is responsible for stewardship of the dollar, but we have that role to play as well.
Very good. In the brief time that I have left here, I just came back from a trip to Saudi and the Arab states. Big concern here in the world we're living in right now with Iran looking at asymmetric ways to threaten the United States. Cyber attacks have been on the rise. You got a question here earlier on cybersecurity. Help us feel confident the Fed is doing everything they can to protect us from a cyber threat.
So our part of it is the financial sector and the institutions we regulate, and they spend a lot of time and money on cybersecurity. We spend a lot protecting ourselves, and there are other parts of the U.S. government that are very much involved in making us aware of cyber issues and making sure that we're all ready And, you know, we never sleep on this because it's always getting harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who's also a ranking member and my colleague on the Monetary Policy Task Force, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it. And of course, Mr. Powell, thank you very much, Chairman Powell, for being here. I'm 64 years old. You're a little bit older than I am. In my lifetime, I know what the most dramatic economic event is, at least that I believe. In your lifetime, what do you think is the most dramatic economic event that you lived through? As a country, as a world?
So as an adult, I would say the global financial crisis and the pandemic.
No, just one. You get to pick one.
Big events. Sorry?
You get to pick one. You pick two, just one.
I would say there's a third, which would be the great inflation. So I'm going the wrong way.
You're going the wrong way. Yeah, just pick one.
I'd say the global financial crisis was, in a lot of ways, scarier than the pandemic for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because
In Capitol Hill to Jerome Powell as he was testifying before the House. But we do have some more breaking news that we did want to share with you here out of Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino, and right now we are learning here that Representative Al Green is calling for President Trump's impeachment. He did just put this post out, this press release, and we are hearing from him right now. He is speaking on the floor, the House floor right now. We did want to head over there and listen in.
Shout out to Al Green
of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H-Res 537, impeaching Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. In the House of Representatives, June 24, 2025, Mr. Al Green of Texas submitted the following resolution. Resolution impeaching Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America, and in the name of itself and the people of the United States of America, against Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of his impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, abuse of presidential powers by disregarding the separation of powers, devolving American democracy into authoritarianism by unconstitutionally usurping Congress's power to declare war. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, in violation of his constitutional oath, faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, abused the powers of the presidency when he disregarded the doctrine of separation of powers by usurping Congress's power to declare war and ordered the United States military to bomb another country without the constitutionally mandated congressional authorization or notice to Congress. Cognizant of the fact that should another country's military bomb a facility within the United States of America, it would be a de facto declaration of war against the United States of America. On June 12, 2025, the State of Israel initiated attacks on Iran, ostensibly to target sites and individuals of importance to Iran's nuclear program. Iran retaliated, and the conflict has escalated between Israel and Iran, though at no point did Iran pose any imminent threat to the United States. On June 21, 2025, President Trump announced successful attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran: Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, via his social media network, Truth Social. President Trump has failed to seek prior congressionally mandated authorization for the use of military force. Congressional leaders were not appropriately briefed or notified of the attack plans, despite foreign leaders being given advance notice of the planned U.S. military action. President Trump's unilateral, unprovoked use of force without congressional authorization or notice constitutes an abuse of power when there was no imminent threat to the United States, which facilitates the devolution of American democracy into authoritarianism, with an authoritarian president who has instigated an attack on the United States Capitol, denied persons due process of the law, and called for the impeachment of federal judges who ruled against him, making Donald J. Trump a threat to American democracy. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the United States Constitution grants Congress the sole power to declare war. Quote, "The Congress shall have the power to declare war," end quote. At the time, the framers of the Constitution emphasized the goal of limiting the monarchical power of any single individual person to take a country to war over personal whims and preferences. No constitutional exception exists for a successful military action. In starting his illegal and unconstitutional war with Iran, without the constitutionally mandated consent of Congress or appropriate notice to Congress, President Trump acted in direct violation of the War Powers Clause of the Constitution. President Trump has devolved and continues to devolve American democracy into authoritarianism by disregarding the separation of powers and now usurping congressional war powers. In all this, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner contrary to his trust as president, has become a threat to American democracy, subverted our constitutional government, and devolved democracy into authoritarianism, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald J. Trump, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office. I yield back the balance of my time.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Texas will appear in the record at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
All right. So again, we were just hearing from Representative Al Green there. That was wrapping up just moments ago. And if you are just tuning in, I did share with you, we did have this press release from the congressman, as well as he did share that he is introducing an article of impeachment to, in his words, protect American democracy from an authoritarian president's abuse of power. We're going to keep an eye on all of that for you here on Live Now from Fox out of Washington, D.C. this morning. We're going to go away for our first break of the hour here. Don't go anywhere. Much more news to get to.
Manipulate Trump into this war.
With an air campaign that's lasted more than a week, Tehran's priority will now likely focus on rebuilding its forces and its badly dented security structure. Alex Katopoulos, Al Jazeera.
Well, Israel's military has killed more than 80 Palestinians in Gaza on Tuesday. At least 50 of them were killed by Israeli forces while they were queuing for food. Thousands of Palestinians gathered at the US-Israeli-backed distribution centres north of Rafah to receive aid. Witnesses say that soldiers opened fire as people were approaching. There have also been reports of tanks and drones firing at Palestinians in other aid locations across the Strip.
I was going to bring food to my family, to my siblings and my brother. We got injured. There was a lot of fire. It's very difficult. It's food with the taste of blood. Those who don't die in the strikes die from hunger at this American one. It's all fire. They don't stop shooting.
Tarek Abu-Zoom joins us now live from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So Tarek, the world may be focused on the Iran-Israel conflict, but Israel still inflicting terrible, terrible damage in Gaza.
Yes, Nick, and even during the days of escalation between Iran and Israel, the Israeli military on the ground continues to beef up military operations, demolition campaigns across the eastern part of Gaza City, and we have recorded a clear surge of airstrikes and shootings against aid seekers across the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation run aid distribution centers. And we have got just an hour ago a new update from Gaza's government media office confirming that 516 Palestinians were killed since the GHF started to conduct its operations on the ground, and 3,799 others were reported wounded, along with 39 others are still missing without being retrieved by the emergency services or the Gaza civil defense due to the severity of security conditions in nearby areas that are leading to these controversial routes that have been meant to deliver life-saving supplies. And we know so far that the people on the ground started to get ready, because following a few hours from now they will start moving to the designated aid centers in order to sleep tonight close to these areas and to get a permission later from the Israeli military to access aid centers. But we might see tomorrow a new episode of Israeli attacks on those hungry crowds, where people continue to say that hunger has been the main factor that they have been completely suffering from, and that led to this very unbearable journey that has been widely fraught with different kinds and colors of dangers in the designated aid centers. On the ground, the situation remains also precarious. There has been a relative activation for Israeli drones across the sky of the central area. It could be a sign for more potential airstrikes in the coming hours, but Israeli media reports continue to suggest that there has been a serious military incident in southern Gaza, as a number of Israeli soldiers have been reported wounded in light of the ongoing expansion of their ground operations in the southern part of Gaza. And as a result, we continue to hear loud explosions every now and then coming from the city of Khan Yunis, which has been an active epicenter for the latest rounds of confrontations and airstrikes by the Israeli air forces.
Tarek, just very, very briefly, you've got 30 seconds or so. Just give us an update on the medical situation in terms of supplies as dealing with all these wounded.
Well, hospitals are still struggling in order to provide life-saving medical treatment for the wounded across the Gaza Strip, given a set of factors, including the unprecedented surge of casualties, not just resulted from the Israeli deliberate attacks on densely populated areas, but along also with the high numbers of casualties and people wounded in these aid centers. We can see that emergency departments and many medical departments have been flooded with patients and wounded people who have been treated on the floor due to the very dwindling capacity of these hospitals and in light of the restricted access of medical supplies to the territory. Nick.
Tarek, thanks for that update there from Gaza. Tarek Abu-Zoom reporting. You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top story. And Israel has retreated its jets from Iranian skies after striking Tehran. That's after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to Donald Trump, who's earlier blamed both Iran, but particularly Israel, for violating a ceasefire he declared overnight. Hours earlier, Israel accused Iran of firing missiles towards the country. Iran's military chief denied the claim. Iran's president says Tehran will not violate the ceasefire unless Israel does. Well, Qatar's Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani is urging Iran and Israel to abide by the ceasefire terms.
Telephone calls were made with the Emir, one with the US President about the developments and how to respond. There was also an opportunity to announce a total and complete ceasefire on all counts. And our friends in the US proposed that Qatar would initiate communications with the Iranians in order to examine their preparedness for this proposal. We contacted them, and that was followed by the announcement by the US President. However, the ceasefire violations witnessed this morning are unacceptable, and we hope that the ceasefire will hold and diplomacy will prevail. We urge the parties to observe and stand by the agreement.
On Monday, Iran fired a barrage of missiles at the US military base here in Qatar. No casualties were reported. Tehran says the attack was a justified response to the American strikes on its nuclear facilities. Qatar Foreign Ministry condemned the attack on Al Udeid base. Dolce Jabari was at the Prime Minister's news conference here in Doha.
The Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani said that although Qatar wishes Iran all the best, this is now a scar on the relationship between the two countries. He said that the geography dictates who their neighbors are, and they have to maintain cordial relationships and try to be friends. But Iran's attack was clearly a surprise to the Qataris, who got intelligence shortly before the attack was launched on Al Udeid airfield here in Qatar. And the Prime Minister said that they were surprised themselves, as were the people of Qatar. He said this was an incident that was not expected, an attack that they were not anticipating. And he said as soon as it happened, the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, spoke with the US President Donald Trump, and then following that conversation, the Emir of Qatar spoke with the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, where the Emir essentially brokered a ceasefire between all sides, and the US President Donald Trump announced the ceasefire agreement on his social media account. Now, the Qatari Prime Minister said that it is too early to say how the ceasefire will unfold. He said today is a gray day. We have to wait a little bit before we see the full effect of the ceasefire take place. He said, of course, either side doesn't want to be seen as the last party that is going to take the hit. That is why we have heard of possible violations already of this agreement.
Well, the focus of a two-day meeting is set to shift to the shaky Iran-Israel ceasefire, but other issues remain, like the war in Ukraine. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, spoke to the Estonian Foreign Minister, Margus Tishanka.
A very busy agenda here at the NATO summit taking place in The Hague, things ranging from NATO's military spending to the war in Ukraine. But the thing that's not really on the agenda is the current situation in the Middle East. But it is dominating much of the conversation among NATO's 32 allies. One of those is Estonia. Its foreign minister is Margus Tsahkna. Minister, at the moment, you have a situation where one man, President Trump, seems to be running the diplomacy. It's very public. We're all watching his tweets, even telling Israeli fighter pilots to go back to their bases. He doesn't seem to be consulting you, his allies. Are you concerned about how this is going to play out?
We are concerned what is going to happen in the region, to be honest. No one is interested about further escalation, and I'm talking about the regional war. We are not talking about anymore the conflict. It's a war between Iran and also Israel. And of course, I understand as well President Trump well that he wants to cool it down and also start to negotiate and also have an agreement about the nuclear capabilities with Tehran. But now it seems, as you said as well, everything is changing in every hour. So we see now the new attacks from Israel. And of course, President Trump has been using very brutal words about stopping Israel and now cool down and have a ceasefire. So let's see what is going to happen.
You talk about the need for a deal, you talk about negotiation and diplomacy. But there was a deal. And the man who ripped it up was President Donald Trump. Iran was not enriching at a high level until that happened. And when it came to diplomacy, Iran was negotiating with the US when Israel attacked. Iran had been negotiating with European foreign ministers just hours before the US attacked. Isn't it the US that's not engaged in diplomacy, in fact, engaged in deceit?
To be honest, Iran has not been very, good partner in about negotiations, and we are not sure on what level actually this nuclear program has been developed. And to be honest, if one regime is telling very clearly that their main purpose is to destroy the other nation or the country using nuclears as well in the future, so everybody was concerned about that.
A crucial issue like this, where now this last-minute postponement of our briefing is outrageous, it's evasive, it's derelict.
All right, so those were some comments there from Senator Chuck Schumer speaking on this Iran classified briefing postponement. Now, this is coming, as we do know, President Trump is going to be arriving shortly in the Netherlands for the yearly summit. The NATO summit, and this is coming fresh off announcing that ceasefire between Israel and Iran, which President Trump has said is still in effect as of now. So we are going to be keeping an eye on that, as we are expecting President Trump to be arriving in the Netherlands in just about 30 minutes or so, around 1 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to go away for another break. We'll be right back.
Continuing crisis in the Middle East, I think, dominating much of the proceedings. James Bays, Al Jazeera, in The Hague.
Well, questions are being asked about the future of Iran's nuclear program. It is a non-proliferation treaty partner. Osama bin Javed looks at the risks ahead should Tehran pull out of its NPT obligations ahead of a UN Security Council meeting later on Tuesday.
Iran's Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan nuclear facilities were repeatedly hit in Sunday's US attacks. Tehran's lack of a nuclear bomb did not prove to be a deterrent. Including the United States, there are 9 nuclear-armed countries in the world. Israel is the only one undeclared. Others include Russia, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India and North Korea. These countries have successfully developed nuclear warheads. They all operate nuclear facilities to enrich uranium or produce plutonium, and can launch nuclear weapons by delivering those warheads using missiles, aircraft or submarines. In addition to launching systems, the 9 countries have secure safeguards to prevent unauthorized use. Many believe that US attacks on Iran are only going to push it towards acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Now, given the enormity of the situation that Iran faces, I think it's beyond the time where they would use it for leverage. I think they would have to feel like they have to respond very visibly in some big fashion. And pulling out of the NPT is one of the few cards, actually, they can play on the diplomatic stage.
Iran's future as part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT, is in doubt. NPT is the world's most important agreement to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. Since 1970, the agreement promoted the peaceful use of nuclear energy and encouraged nuclear disarmament. Signatories agreed not to transfer their weapons or help non-nuclear states develop them. And those which did not already have nuclear weapons agreed not to acquire them. The International Atomic Energy Agency has the job of overseeing nuclear material and technology. 191 states are parties to the NPT, making it one of the most widely adhered to arms control agreements. The only major arms control deal between the US and Russia, New START, expires next year. With no new deal in place, the future of global nuclear limits is uncertain. The NPT doesn't expire. It's meant to last indefinitely. But it's reviewed every 5 years, with growing frustration about the slow pace of disarmament. But the treaty is under strain, whether it's Iran's alleged violations and allegations that some nations are playing a double game.
Saudi Arabia, I think, would think about pulling out itself. And there might be other countries. Egypt, for example, has long been concerned that Israel doesn't face any international monitoring. And Egypt says that's unfair. And so Egypt, if others pulled out, might think that it would be worth their while to pull out. And, there could be other countries around the world similarly fed up with the international nuclear order.
Israel, India and Pakistan never signed it. North Korea left it in 2003, and if Iran withdraws from the NPT, it would no longer be bound by its rules. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
All right, as we end this half hour, I'm going to take you to some live pictures. This is a scene in Tehran, a huge celebrations taking place, vast crowds on the streets there, waving flags, holding their mobile phones aloft, as you can see. This following a ceasefire deal between Iran and Israel, announced by US President Donald Trump, that so far appears to be holding. More from us in half an hour. See you then.
los partidos políticos lo que hacían es dividir el poder de la comunidad.
Bien.
Nosotros decidimos buscar una forma que fuera democracia pura, democracia real, emitiendo un voto en una urna. Ese sistema lo consideramos nosotros altamente corrompido, tramposo. La sociedad mundial está regida por criterios mercantilistas. La democracia está altamente maquillada. En estas fechas, en estos meses, se está haciendo en México elecciones. En el caso de Cherán, la gente de Cherán nos estamos preparando para, de manera directa, seleccionar y nombrar a nuestras autoridades sin urnas, sin instituciones que vengan a indicarnos cómo hacer nuestros nombramientos. En Cherán no tenemos elecciones. Nosotros no utilizamos ya ni el término elecciones, porque no votamos. La democracia para nosotros es hacer las cosas por nosotros mismos sin que nadie nos la imponga.
Buenos días.
Buen día, buen día, buen día. Vean los libros. El hecho de que ya se hayan parado y los estén viendo es importante.
Gracias.
Qué bueno. Lo pueden tomar en sus manos para entender la esencia del ser humano, pero enmarcado en la dimensión metafísica, más allá de la física, o sea, la espiritualidad. La sociedad está harta ya de que a final de cuentas a la persona que se le eligió no atiende las demandas que inicialmente fueron planteadas por los que eligieron. Porque son de Cherán, paisanos míos, y porque son los primeros que me van a comprar. Las primeras. Todas las decisiones que se toman ahora en Cherán son decididas por todos los pobladores de Cherán. Antes de que construyéramos este sistema de gobierno, los diferentes sectores de la población de Cherán vivían con miedo, con temor. Pues hubo de todo, hubo secuestros, hubo extorsiones, amenazas.
Hay muchas maneras en las que el crimen organizado se presenta y en nuestro caso, desafortunadamente, fue a través de los talamontes, ¿no? Cherán se convirtió poco a poco en una comunidad más con temas de violencia como el resto de Michoacán o el resto de México previo a 2011, ¿no? O sea, los bosques estaban siendo devastados por una tala clandestina o, bueno, pues coludida con el gobierno. Había habido desaparecidos, había habido ya muertes. De repente escuchar que a alguien habían intentado asaltar, secuestrar. Para nosotros, pensar en el crimen organizado era lo mismo que pensar en el gobierno de Cherán en ese entonces, ¿no?
pues ya entraban como que si fueran su casa primero, si entraban armados. Armados entraban y pues nosotros no nomás tenía que echar la cabeza, se sentía bien mal. A las 10 de la noche ya nos encerramos. Ya no salían, ya no era hora de andar nosotros en la calle. Solo ellos eran libres pues de andar. Y siguieron saqueando el bosque ya más. Porque según decían que había prometido una parte nada más al presidente para recompensar después sobre los votos que le habían ayudado a él. El presidente estaba a contra de nosotros, porque fuimos a pedirle ayuda y él dijo que no iba a poder meterse, que porque no le competía. ¿Lo lleva? Sí. Yo no dormía. Yo dormía en el campo para cuidar el monte. Ya y nomás con una cobijita y ya. Para oírlos cuando iban a talar monte, pues. Y cuando llegaban ellos, pues les arrimaba. A veces hasta me agarraban que nos dábamos pues con los palos. Pues vénganse, yo no digo nada, les decía. Vénganse y órale, aviéntate, yo también me aviento, les decía. Sí, y unos pues llegaban así, a la brava, pues, y pues, me andaban echando el caballo encima. Y yo no les tenía miedo. Échenmelo, les decía, pues.
El 15 de abril fue el día que Cherán decidió cambiar y tomar las cosas en sus manos. Ahora estamos hablando de una defensa de la vida en donde si actúas, tu vida está en riesgo, pero si no actúas, está igual en riesgo, ¿no? Decidimos entrarle todos.
Is so very important. It is an important piece of saying that we are going to reassert that this is a constitutional right. And at the same time that they are attacking mifepristone and other things, while they are stripping away research into cancer, into fertility treatments, into Alzheimer's cures, where does that leave the American family? It leaves them without hope. And again, it is cruelty by design. And the threats that are embedded in the Dobbs decision are as very real and as threatening as the actual removal of abortion rights. Yes.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Many of your Republican colleagues, they argue and say that they are protecting life and they are not attacking women's rights. Can you just provide me a response to that statement they've constantly been making, especially considering the most recent thing that happened with Adriana Smith down in Georgia?
Yeah, they clearly have no idea what it means to be pro-woman in this country. And that if we want healthy families, you start by addressing the affordability crisis. You start by saying, let's work on getting the price of housing down. Let's make sure that you have a good public school that you can attend. Let's make sure that your child and the birth of that child, which 40% of which are covered by Medicaid, are insured. And that birth of that child does not force you into medical bankruptcy. Let's make sure that you are able, if you are a veteran, to access your benefits. And if you've worked your whole life and deserve Social Security and Medicare, that you can get that. Unlike this big ugly bill that is cutting Medicare by $500 billion. So then we start with the dismantling of women's health care. And everything from cancer screenings that are given by Planned Parenthood that they know full well. 96% of all the services Planned Parenthood offers have nothing to do with abortion, but they are in underserved communities, and they are.
All right, and so we are listening in live there to Democratic leaders as they are speaking on the 3-year anniversary of the Dobbs decision. That was when the ruling eliminated the constitutional right to abortion, overturning the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. More on this in just 2 minutes.
And I was muted the whole time. Yo, guys, there's a lot of information being put out there. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. We're waiting on NATO summit to begin. I've been live over 3 hours now. And I appreciate y'all for joining me. I hope you took something out of the deal. Hope it put something on your mind. You know, everybody that's been commenting, I appreciate y'all for making your comments, coming by, you know, putting in your 2 cents. Everybody's opinion is welcome. You know, everybody's opinion is welcome. So as of right now, it looks like the ceasefire is in effect. There's been no striking as of right now. It's about, I think, 7 o'clock out there in Iran and Israel is about 7 or 8 o'clock at night, somewhere over there. And there's been no more reports of any striking as of right now. So it looks like the ceasefire is in effect. That's what it's looking like right now to me. So we're going to see how this work out the rest of the day. And if it did happen, no more strikes, then the next thing is the relationship between Iran, Israel, and America. You know, will they let Israel coexist, you know, in the same environment as them? Because, you know, it's a lot that's going on between Iran and Israel relationship. It's a lot going on, and America. So they got to get the relationship together, because even though they have hit those facilities, all they got to do is start making the bombs all over again. They can start the process all over again. But we do know that they have been threatening America for 40 years. That's documented during each and every single presidency. It's documented. They have killed American soldiers. That's documented. They have been deaf to America for decades and decades and decades. That's documented. Ain't no debunk that. Ain't no saying that that's not true. Everybody knows that they have been screaming death to America. They have been attacking American soldiers. They have been working with Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all these terrorist groups, all these decades. that's documented. If you don't believe it, you got to do your own research. You got to do the research. You got to put the work in and do your research. If you think that Donald Trump them just talking, you got to do your research. Every president since the 80s already put receipts out. The thing is that I want to know real bad why these other presidents didn't do what Donald Trump did. Why they didn't take out those nuclear sites a long time ago. Well, they had deals. It's called negotiating. Deals. It's called a negotiation. And they had negotiations between America, Israel, Iran, and all these different type of countries, but Iran violated the deals. They violated. They got all this money from Obama and Biden in the deal to stop mixing certain type of chemicals that can actually make a bomb. Like you need nuclear for different type, for electricity and different type of things. You need nuclear for different things. But when you start mixing certain chemicals, that gives evidence that you're doing more than trying to supply your country with energy. So if you're the one that don't believe, that means you ain't doing no research. That means you don't know. You got to do your research. More than just watching YouTube. More than just Googling. You have to actually do your research. You got to go back 30, 40 years. We're talking Jimmy Carter. We're talking Clinton. We're talking Bush 1 and 2. There's been receipts and been evidence that Iran has been putting together nuclear weapons. This has not just started. It's been going on. Iran is a known terrorist hub. They're known as a terrorist hub. See, a lot of people was born in 2000. They don't understand. And it has been a gap, right? Because the bickering and arguing in America, there's been a gap on information to the masses. There's been a gap. So a lot of people are behind on what I'm speaking right now. A lot of people are behind, and that's cool. But you have to get educated. Knowledge is power, bro. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. The right knowledge is power. Along with wisdom and understanding. Here goes Jerome Powell.
And announced that you no longer plan to consider reputational risk in your examination process. Senator Scott and I introduced the FIRM Act to stop the weaponization of the supervision.
See, what a lot of people don't understand in this internet era, because with the development of the internet, it's a lot of people that's strictly on the internet. So what they don't understand is that this stuff been going on. All this stuff with Iran, it's been going on. It ain't just started. It's been going on since I was a teenager. It's been going on. That's what we got to understand. It's been going on. Just because you don't know or just now finding out, That don't mean that it's just talk. The receipts have already been shown. The receipts have already been shown. Just because you haven't seen the receipts don't mean that they ain't out there. It's your job to find the receipts. It's your job to find the receipts. It's a lot of different ways to get a hold of the information. More than just YouTube videos. It's documented. Just like it's called paperwork, those things are documented over decades. It's called archives. It's documented from decade to decade to decade. It's documented. You got to go to the right place on the internet, though, Lou Lawrence. You got to go to the right place. Of course, I know you can find it on the internet, but you got to go to the right place. You just can't go to any site on the internet. You do know that, right? You got to go to the right place. Not just the first thing you look at. You got to know exactly where to go on this internet. And sometimes somebody that knows the right place got to direct you to the right place. Otherwise, you'll get on this internet and just Google it and look at the first thing you see. How many people do that? Just boom, press the button and just speak and just go look. The first thing they see, that's what they run with. You know, the internet can put out misinformation. You know that, right? If you don't know, if you don't know exactly where to go, and you go to the wrong place on this internet, you know you can get the wrong information. You do know that, right? So don't be so quick to say, oh, I can just Google it. Those websites, majority of the time, are blogs, other people's opinion. You got to know exactly where to go, where it is actual a fact. You know what it's called? Bogus websites. Bogus websites that the information is not credible. You got to know exactly where to go. You just can't press the button and speak into Google and go at the top of the list and just pick. You'll fool around and get the wrong information. That's why it's very important to have somebody belly to belly with the information that's older, that's knowledgeable, that has the wisdom and the understanding to lead you in the right direction. Because a lot of people get the wrong information and think it's actual factual by watching YouTube or just doing a simple Google search, instead of listening to the older person that's been there. That's been there. You got to make it make sense. A lot of people ain't got no sense, bro. A lot of people don't know anything. They go to the internet to Google every single thing. Why? Because they ain't got no guidance by nobody that's in their life that's belly to belly. They have no guidance, nobody to look to that's gonna give them the game. And the people that they do, they ain't gonna believe them. They're gonna believe an internet search from a stranger before they believe a person that's been there and done that, that got the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding to know the difference between bullshit and bubblegum. The internet is a gauge. You got to use a little bit of common sense when you're using this internet. You got to use a little bit of common sense and a little knowledge and wisdom. And wisdom comes with age, right? Wisdom comes by the people you surround yourself with in real life. Wisdom comes with the people who raised you. Experiences. Experience is the best teacher, not no damn internet. Experience is the best teacher, not no damn internet. For an example, if I knew somebody belly to belly that's in my face, a master electrician, he knows how to put motors in and out super fast. And I've seen him do it. But instead of getting the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding from him, I want to go to YouTube and look up how to put a motor in the car, how to put an alternator on the car when I got somebody right in my face that's knowledgeable, wisdom, knowledge, and experience. But instead of going to them and letting them show me how to put in that alternator, I want to Google it on YouTube. When I got all the information by somebody that I know in real life, make it make sense. I understand though, a lot of people ain't got nobody. So they got to go to the internet for every little thing. They got to go to YouTube for every little thing because they ain't got nobody with knowledge, wisdom, and experience. And that's a bad position to be in, bro. Well, you got to go to the internet to Google every single thing for information. Knowing that if you don't know where, when, and why, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get the wrong information. That's a bad situation to be in, bro. To be raised to live life with nobody that can give you the knowledge, the wisdom, and experience. That's a bad position to be in, bro. And that's how a lot of people are in 2025. They got to go to this internet for everything. And if you don't have nobody in your life with the knowledge, wisdom, and experience, you in the wrong circle. You got to work on building relationships outside. That's where the real knowledge and information is. Outside, building relationships with different type of people. Then you use the internet with sense to fill in the blanks. But don't go to this internet. Don't come to this internet looking for 100%, 1000%, and listen to everything you hear on this internet, especially YouTube. You'll fool around and get a hold of the wrong information, and you'll swear to God that you're right. And somebody that has the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding and the experience could be telling you something, and you won't even believe them. Why? Because you busy thinking you know everything because you done Googled it, or you done looked at a YouTube video. And then you'll come across, you think you know it because you done learned it off YouTube, but to somebody that has the wisdom, the knowledge, and the experience, just shake their head. Somebody with the wisdom, with the knowledge, with the experience. I see it all the time, guys. In real life. You got youngsters that Google every single thing and have knowledgeable people with the wisdom, the knowledge, and the experience. And they'll listen to a YouTube video, but before they even listen to the people that's in their life that knows the wisdom, understanding, experience, and the knowledge, got it all. And they'll rather listen to a YouTube video than what's really going on in real life. That's the problem with a lot of people in America, bro. Are too locked in with this YouTube internet. Don't get me wrong, I like YouTube, I like it, but it's not 1,000%. You'll get brainwashed by a lot of these dudes. That's why you got dudes sending YouTubers money and getting scammed and done all type of ways. But they probably got somebody in real life that they know that could have put them down with the game for half the price. You got dudes on this internet from all walks of life that's believing these YouTubers because they got a lot of followers and a lot of people in the chat. They're believing them and sending them money for products and services and getting scammed. Like, now, make that make sense. You got people on the internet that's so in tune and so brainwashed by YouTube that they'll send a stranger some money because they're too busy watching YouTube every single day, all day long, and don't have no relationships outside. Because trust me, if I'm sending a dude on YouTube some money, that means that I ain't got nobody outside with the same skills, with the same experience that I can trust. There's people getting scammed left and right by YouTubers on this internet because people are too locked in with YouTube. A dude can have 100,000 subscribers, 3,000 people in the chat. Guess what's going to happen? Somebody's going to get scammed, and you'll send them the money, and they won't deliver. We got too much faith in YouTube. Like what that guy just said. We can find out on the internet right now. Who is that on the other end? You finding out. Who? Is it your favorite YouTuber? He could be telling you something that's a lie. Make it make sense. It could be a blogger. Because you know when you type in something, those are blogs. That's somebody giving an opinion. It's called a blog. I can make a beautiful blog, right? Go to GoDaddy, make a nice website title. It's called optimization. Come up with the website, pay YouTube some money to put my link at the top of the search. It's called search engine optimization. I can make a nice, pretty blog. Do the proper search engine optimization, which is a search title. That's all SEO is. Whatever research in Google is called search engine optimization. And I can pay Google I'm going to show you right now. Right now. How to train a dog as an example. Watch this. Look what comes up. This is an example. Puppy and dog training. Do y'all know what this is? That's a website that's selling products. Watch. Of course, nobody's going to look. They're going to go for the first thing smoking. We always click the first thing smoking. And look what it says. Sponsored. That means that somebody paid to put this website right there. It's called search engine optimization. Paid advertisement. I press it. Boom. I press it. Looks what comes up. A website. It's going to tell me, give me free information. Professional dog training. It's going to give me a little bit of free information on the website. Hoping that I do what? I click. Contact me. That's what that is. That's what it is. Let me get back over here. So, I say that to say this. Sometimes that information that we see on this internet is a sales pitch. 8 out of 10 times. If you in that example, dog training, whatever free information that they give you or us, if it works, they're hoping that we come back and buy a product. It's called advertising. I give you information in exchange that you'll come spend money. That's what the internet is. But if you're looking for specific information, you got to know exactly where to go. Because that website can give you the wrong information. That website can give you some good information, but you click buy and you buy their product and they might not even send you the product. They might send you the wrong product. They might send you the product that irritates your dog. The internet is a money grab, bro. Basic, simple information in exchange that you will spend money. That's what the internet is. That's what YouTube is. Same thing. So we got to think about what we're talking about this information on the internet. Don't believe everything. Don't fall for the okie doke on this internet. Research is deep. When you say research, that don't mean type in the search engine and pick the first thing smoking. That's not research. It's not. Because when you type in what you're typing in, on the other end, they're expecting to sell you a product. It's called a blog, bro. And they understand that most Americans don't have mentors in their life. And nowadays, most people don't want a mentor. You know what a mentor is, right? It can be somebody with the knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and experience. So most people don't want a mentor. And these big businesses, they understand that now. They don't. Most kids don't listen to the older people no more. They don't. They'll listen to Google. They'll listen to YouTube. They'll listen to a scammer before they listen to somebody with the knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and experience. So bad. Why? Because this internet has programmed everybody to have a short attention span. Nobody's going to, you'll Google it, but you're not really going to do the really research. Nobody's going to research back into the 90s and go from the 90s to the 2000s, to 2005, to 2010, to 2015, to 2020, all the way up to 2025 to get the real knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. They'll do a Google search or a YouTube search and catch on to the next thing smoking. Why? Because nobody has patience anymore. Nobody is patient. Nobody's going to read a book. Nobody's going to read a book. Nobody's going to read the whole book. Why? Because nobody has the patience. Nobody has the patience, especially in 2020 and 2025, 2020, with the development and the advancement of this internet. It has taken out patience. It has taken out belly-to-belly mentors. That's why so many people are getting scammed on the internet right now and continue to look at YouTube as a mentor. YouTube is not your mentor. YouTube is not the first place you go to for receipts. The internet is not the first place you go to for knowledge, wisdom, and experience. It's not. It's a tool in the toolbox, but it's not the all and be all. Don't be so quick to Google everything and just automatically accept it. That's just like accepting something from a stranger in the street. Because you know, whoever make all these websites and the search engine optimizations are strangers. 9 times out of 10, they somebody from overseas. And 9 times out of 10, they don't have the best interest for you and I. Their best interest is for themselves. Their best interest is for you to feel like that you got value and spend money. That's their interest. That's why Google is so popular. That's why. Their whole goal is to shorten your attention span. Their whole goal is for you not to listen to the people you know, like, and trust in real life. Their goal is for you to get your information from them. Why? So you'll trust them and do what? They can go in your pocketbooks and you'll spend your money. And yes, the possibility of getting scammed. Hello, the possibility of getting scammed. Bro, you know scamming is at an all-time high in 2025. You can think you getting this product on the internet and they'll send you the wrong product. Or they won't send you anything. And then they'll poof, be gone. What can you do? Nothing. Which is a great position to be in. I got everybody thinking I got all the information and all the knowledge. Those people ain't got nobody in real life. Perfect targets. It's a perfect target, bro. Shout out to Google. Shout out to YouTube. Brilliant idea. And then guess what they do? They make it where your attention span is this short. That's why they pay more for videos and not lives. They don't want me going live for 4 hours. They don't want you watching my live for 4 hours. They want you watching short videos. They want you watching reels. That's why they get the most promotion. They want your attention span to be this short. And if your attention span is this short, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to do the real research. People talk about research all the time on this internet. Research to majority of these people is to Google something or to go to YouTube and look for it. And they think that's research. Don't y'all know research takes time? You'll fool around and think you're researching and you'll research the wrong thing and get your drawers tore off. You get your drawers tore off thinking you being smart by doing research on YouTube. Don't get me wrong. You can get some valuable information off YouTube, but most people are not going to do the research to find the proper person that they need to be connecting with. They're not. I said it. 8 out of 10 people, 80% of people are not going to do the proper research to find the right person or the right service they need to be listening to spend their money with. They're not. That's why they're going to get got every single time. I see the same dude on the internet get got by the same person over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over and over again. Think about that for a second. The dude is so brainwashed by the YouTube fame and the Google fame and this internet They get scammed over and over and over by the same person. And then guess what? The person can scam them, but they're so brainwashed with watching that person, they still watch them to this day. Now make that make sense. A person scams you on this internet and you still watch them right now. Because you're brainwashed, which is the overall goal for Google and YouTube and Facebook and Instagram, etc., 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 to have you brainwashed and go and blinded. Sad situation, bro. Sad situation. Don't be so quick to Google everything. Don't be so quick to go to YouTube for everything. And if you are doing it, Google multiple things. Research takes time. Research takes time. There's a lot of scammers behind these cameras, bro. A lot. And a lot of them know by how you communicate, it's easy to figure out your psychological state of mind. Y'all do know that, right? It's easy. I can tell by how you type. I can tell by how you speak what state of mind you are in psychologically. And it will also tell me what environment you in, how you was raised, by how you act, how you carry yourself. Also let me know who you surround yourself with. Yeah, it's easy to figure it out. It's easy. And the more advanced this internet get, the more easier it becomes. The more advanced Elon Musk them get with these robots, the more easier it becomes to manipulate. Because guess what? All this stuff does is shrinking your thoughts. It actually dumbs you down. Things that you think make sense really don't make any sense. Yes, they're dumbing. They're trying to dumb where they ain't trying. They're doing it. They're dumbing us down, bro. They are dumbing us down, literally. I don't have to go to Google or the internet to get information on the stuff that I can get from my parents, from my uncles, from my circle of people that I deal with in real life. I ain't got to go to the Google and Google that shit. Because I got a circle in place of people, of mentors that's knowledgeable, that has the wisdom, knowledge, and the understanding, and the experience. I don't have to come to the internet to get no experience, bro. I already got it. All I need the internet to do is teach me how to edit. Or something like that. That's all I need. When it comes to what's going on in the world, what's going on with politics, what's going on with health, what's going on with wealth, I don't have to Google everything about that. All I got to do is make a couple of phone calls to a knowledgeable family member, to a knowledgeable OG that I know, like, and trust. Make it make sense. And if you don't have those resources in place in real life, stop acting like you know it all because you Googling everything, bro. Stop it. Wisdom comes with who you hang around with, how you was raised, wisdom and knowledge and experience. Experience is not a quick Google search, bro. Wisdom is not a quick Google search. You can't get wisdom on the internet. Wisdom comes with time, living. Knowledge comes with time, living. And the proper people that teach it to you. It comes with your upline, your upbringing. If some of y'all understand this, you wouldn't be getting scammed by nobody on the internet, especially a YouTuber. So I'm about to end it right here. I hope y'all learned something. Don't be so quick to listen to everything you hear on YouTube. And if you ain't got nobody in your circle in real life, which is a bad position to be in, bro. If you ain't got nobody in real life that can give you knowledge, wisdom, and experience and understanding and all that, you need to get outside and meet somebody, bro. In your community, at your job, in your family. You got to work on that. And if you ain't got nobody in your space, I pray for you. So that means that you need to find somebody maybe on the internet. But don't be so quick. Actually really get to learn the people. Like you would learn how you would get to know a person in real life. And if the people you meeting on this internet, you can't have a conversation with them on the phone, and you can't get a feel for them in real life, you need to take it as entertainment. That's it. Don't send them people no money because they're going to get you. The chances of you getting scammed is very, very high. But if you run into somebody on this internet and build a relationship and you get to trust them, you get to know them, you get to like them, you get to trust them. And then y'all meet up and y'all get to feel for each other in real life. See, when it comes to building relationships, bro, it's very, you really got to get to know somebody, bro. Especially if you want to give them your money. You can't just go by a YouTube video. I got to be able to call you. I got to be able to see you. We have to be able to go to a football game together. Your family to see my family to see your family. It's called building relationships. You take it off, you take a relationship that you meet online and you take it offline. And then you really build the relationship. And if they say, oh, no, then that means that you don't need to, that's the type of person you need to get rid of. And that's how it goes. That'll keep you from getting scammed. That'll keep you from getting brainwashed. That'll keep you from falling for anything you hear and see on this internet. That'll keep you from getting deceived. In other words, you gotta have a backbone, bro. A lot of people don't have foundation. A lot of people don't have a foundation. So that means that if you know you don't have a foundation, well, what is a foundation, Stock Sniper? That means that you got the proper circle that you can learn from, which is older people, the proper circle then that means that you need to be, if you don't have the proper resources in order in real life, then that means you need to shut up. I said it. If you don't have the proper resources in real life, and you got to come to this internet to be your resources, everything you gotta Google for your information, you have no knowledge, no wisdom, no experience, that means you need to shut up. Don't speak on something that you don't know nothing about. Everybody think they know everything these days. But you're getting all your information from the internet. 100% of your information is coming from the internet. That means you have no experience, no knowledge, no wisdom, no mentors in real life. That means you need to shut up. I don't know anything about putting in a motor in a vehicle, right? I don't know nothing about it. But I go to the internet and I Google how to put a motor in a car, and I watch a video, and all of a sudden I feel like I know. All of a sudden I feel like I know how to put a motor in the car. When our reality, I need to shut up. If I don't know a mechanic that actually knows how to do it in real life, that can show me, and I can actually put in 10, 15, 20 motors. Experience takes time. I'm not qualified to speak on how to put a motor in a vehicle if I learned it off YouTube. And I actually haven't put in 15, 20 motors, more than that, 100 motors from different type of vehicles. I'm not qualified. I need to shut up until I get experience. I want to talk about how to put a motor in a Toyota, but I never put a motor in a Toyota before. But I want to act like I'm an expert because I've seen some YouTube videos. And actually, that would dumb me down. It actually makes me less educated because I'm speaking on something that I heard, not that I really know. Knowing is putting the work in. Literally. Like I know how to go out and I know how to build my endurance up to run 6 miles a day. I can't just watch somebody run 6 miles and then try to come on YouTube and tell somebody how to run the 6 miles. I need to shut up, put the work in, and build my way up to 6 miles. Then I can speak on what I need to speak on. And I can't believe what somebody with experience is telling me because I haven't seen it in real life. Come on, man, we got to think about things. We got to think about it. I can't listen to what I hear on one YouTube channel and then come over and go live from my YouTube channel and speak to the people with no experience. That's what's going on the internet, guys. That's what's going on YouTube. They'll get, because a lot of people are understanding that subscribers and views means experience and knowledge and wisdom. What I'm talking about right now. YouTube subscribers and views don't mean that the person is knowledgeable, has the experience, or they have wisdom, or What's more importantly is that you can trust them. It don't mean that. All it means is that they got subscribers and views. That's all it means. It don't mean nothing. So don't be, y'all, we don't need to be so gullible to this internet. Listen to the OG. Don't be so gullible to this internet, because these YouTubers, they can tell. And they'll throw the rod out there and see who bites. And 8 times out of 10, the person who's gonna bite is gonna be a weak-minded individual. I said it. And a weak-minded individual is a person that think they know it all, that don't have no experience, but think they know it all. When you don't have no experience and you think you know it all, and you get all your information from this internet, no experience in real life, no guidance from dad, no guidance from grandpa, no guidance from brother, no guidance from the preacher, no mentors in real life that you know, like, and trust. Nobody can tell you nothing. You get all your information to the internet. You're vulnerable to get your socks and drawers tore off. And that's what's happening on this internet. That's what's happening. You'll listen to somebody on the internet because they got 1 million subscribers and 1 million views before you listen to your parents, before you listen to a real OG that you know, like, and trust in real life. But because he's not on the internet and he don't have 1 million subscribers with 1 million followers and 1 million people in the chat with the super chats going off, you allow him to do what? Brainwash you, and go directly into your pockets. I see it every day in real life. I see it in real life too. It's people that listen to their favorite rapper because their favorite rapper will read their comment, send them a Cash App donation, not a Cash App, do Cash App giveaways, and they pick them or give them a shout out. That's all it takes. People are so, what's the word I'm looking for? Weak-minded. They get excited over their favorite rapper shouting them out on YouTube, shouting them out on Instagram. And majority of them, they look at us in the comment section. They don't look at us as intelligent. They don't look at us as knowledgeable. They don't look at us as real earners, because in their mind, people that's making a real earn, not on YouTube, type it in the comment section, not getting scammed. See, it's a lot of mind games that go on to this internet, bro. A lot. This is not that channel. I want people to come in. I want your comment is valuable on this channel. Very, very valuable. because I learned from the people in the chat. Yeah, I've learned a lot for being on YouTube. I've learned a lot. How people are, I've learned a lot. How naive people are, how lame people are, I've learned a lot. How people are have so much of a mental illness that they'll listen to somebody on YouTube because they have nobody in real life. It's a sad situation. For real though. It really is, guys. That's why I thrive to be I thrive to be a person that come on this internet and value everybody in the comment section and tell them how it is for real. Because why? Because I know a lot. I'm 50 years old. All this stuff that's going on, been going on, bro. I'm here to tell y'all that. It ain't just started. A lot of people just now starting to understand this stuff because of this internet. But this stuff been going on way before the internet. The Iran situation, the sleeper cells, inflation, wars, immigration. All this stuff been going on since I was a kid, since my daddy was a kid, since my grandfather was a kid, since my great-grandfather was a kid. This stuff been going on, bro. It's been going on. It ain't just started. It's been going on. The manipulation of the powers that be. It's been going on. It's been. It ain't just started. A lot of people don't know that or fail to comprehend. Iran been threatening America. Iran been, it's a terrorist country, bro. They breed and raise terrorists. Iran been doing this. It ain't just started. Nobody really wanted to bomb Iraq, bro. Trump didn't really want to do that. That's why he gave him chance after chance after chance. A lot of people don't know this been going on. This with Iran. It's been going on. I don't have to Google that. I don't have to Google that. I know this already. Why? Because I've been around. I don't have to Google this. I don't have to Google the things that I already know is a fact. I don't have to Google it. I already know Iran, Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban, Hamas. I already know that these people work together, bro. I don't have to Google that. I don't have to Google that. I've been knowing this for decades. I don't have to Google that, bro. I don't. I don't have to Google about inflation. Inflation been going on. I remember when gas was $1. If it goes from $1 to $1.50, that's inflation. I don't have to Google that. Jerome Powell don't have to tell me that. Prices been going up. I remember when bread was 50 cents. That's inflation. Yesterday's price is not today's price. I don't have to Google that. I don't have to research that. That comes with knowledge, wisdom, and experience. I don't have to go to Google to tell me those things. They can put on Google anything. They can switch the algorithm of Google right now and say that Iran has never struck a U.S. military base. Iran has not ever killed U.S. soldiers. They can change that on Google. Y'all do know that, right? And y'all will believe it. And y'all will believe whatever Google say. That's bad, bro. That's bad. That's bad. You know they control Google, right? They control the information. Y'all do know that, right? They control the information on this Google. So if you don't have somebody that been there in real life, that know what it is in real life, that has experienced this in real life, you'll believe whatever they tell you on this internet. Think about that for a second. Whatever you Google, they can switch it at any given second. You do know that, right? To get you and I to believe a certain thing. But they can't make me believe any and everything. They cannot make me believe anything. Why? Because I got the wisdom, I got the knowledge, and I got the experience. And I had the right people around me to give me the knowledge in the game. Internet can't tell me anything, bro. It can't. Something that I know that's a fact, and then I Google it, and they switch it. Like, hold up. Now I know from my wisdom, experience, and knowledge that this is a microphone. As an example, I know that this is a microphone, right? You Google it, what is a microphone? This pops up. Well, the powers that be and the people that run Google, they can switch it, right? They can switch it. And you Google, what is a microphone? And this don't pop up no more. This pops up. Guess what? Somebody's going to believe that this is a microphone. In that example, that's an example. In other words, what reality is, they changes this shit, bro, and make it to whatever they want it to be. They could Wikipedia, they could change it. I can make my own Wikipedia and put on there whatever I want to put on there and change it whenever I get ready. That's the point. They can change this. The point is, don't look for YouTube and Google as 100% your information. Don't do it. Especially when you have somebody. I know somebody, okay, with the age of the internet, it's people that grew up with this internet. All they have is this. All they know is this. They go for entertainment, news, information, education, this. But you have somebody in real life that's telling you, go left, go right, go left, go right. You say, I'm going to Google it. But Google says, make a U-turn. Don't you know that there are people that will believe that U-turn from Google before somebody in real life, they say, go left, go right, go left, go right? They will believe Google before they believe the person that knows the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding. So this internet and Google and Safari, they're programming people. And that's what people got to understand. And there are people that's on this internet that talks really, really good, that knows that there are vulnerable people on the other side. How do they know that, Stock Sniper? They know that by how you text, how you reach out to them. They know they got you brainwashed by 3 simple steps. What you type, how you act when they acknowledge you, and do you send them super chats? And then all they got to do is have a simple conversation with you. And then they throw out the fishing rod, waiting on the bait. It's called scammers. Because they know that most people are really easily to be manipulated in 2025 because of what I'm talking about right now, which is Google and this internet. That's why your favorite rapper can make you think a certain way, and you'll go right along with them. That's why. It's called manipulation. And in 2025, boy, it's so easy to manipulate somebody. It's so easy to get manipulated. People are already being manipulated right now. Now just wait when AI really comes out. They're going to tell you this is not a microphone. And if they tell you that so many times, over and over and over and over and over and over and over, most people going to say, that's not a microphone. They have eliminated the daddy. They have eliminated the fathers. Most fathers are Pookie and Ray Rays. So that alone right there takes away a lot of wisdom and knowledge. A lot of fathers, people that's having kids are Pookie and Ray Rays and Sukianas. That's the females. Pookie and Ray Rays are the dudes. Sukianas and Shanae's are the girls. No wisdom, no knowledge, because they have no proper mentors. They mentors are their favorite rappers and their favorite YouTubers. These people these days, they mentors are the rappers, the YouTubers, are they mentors. A lot of people are being mentored by Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross could tell them anything and they'll do it. Yes, NBA YoungBoy can tell these dudes a lot. All you got to do is acknowledge them. Say their name, give them a shout out, answer their DMs, don't give them a Cash App giveaway. Do a Cash App giveaway and give them a Cash App. That's all it takes. Then they in the door. And make it sound good, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Majority of the time, all they got to do is give them a shout out or promote their YouTube video or promote their YouTube channel. A lot of times, that's all they got to do. And that's it. That's that fishing rod that I've been talking about. Throw that fishing rod out and wait for a fish to catch and reel that sucker on in. And come out with a fake product and reel them on in. Got me one, boss. And then do what? Block them. They'll block them and then move on and then find the next one. Find the next fish in the chat. That's why y'all got to be very careful. Don't look at this internet and this YouTube as 1,000% your information. You will get brainwashed. You will get done all type of ways. And yes, you will get scammed. Well, I know I went on a rant, but that's true though, guys. I don't want y'all to get scammed, bro. I don't want nobody to get scammed. And please, people, if you know you don't have the wisdom, knowledge, and the experience, please quit getting on YouTube, learning information, and then figure out you know it all without knowing it all. Because somebody old like me just got to sit and listen. And then find out, man, you're trying to do something, but your research is not all the way there. It's not. It's not. It's not all the way there. Research comes with taking notes, just like in class, doing a book report. You got to take notes. Research. You got to read books. You got to talk to people, the right people. It's all a combination. Google a little bit. See if it all coincide together. Your notes, your communication skills with the older people, your reading, your resources, where you're getting the information from. Is it credible? All that takes time, bro. More than a Google search. It's more than a Google search, people. What's up, Unc? Hey, what's up, Augie? Appreciate you for stopping by. See, we have to have an open mind. Research exactly what it means. Research. Research don't mean Google and pick the first thing that come up on the screen. That's not research. Actually, that's taking the easy way out. That's taking the easy way out. That's like the teacher tell you, write a book report, and you open up this book and go to the first page and just write this and then turn in your book report and think you know everything about the 7 habits of an effective teenager. All you do is open up the book, write this down, and think you know the 7 habits of an effective teenager. That's not research. That's kind of like how Google is. It's kind of like typing in, this, as an example, this book, The 7 Habits of a Highly Effective Teenager. And then you open this up and then look at this and that's it. That's what Googling is, bro. Opening up a book is equal to opening up a book and just writing down the first paragraph. Boom, I'm done. Now I know. It's like this what Google is. Well, I want to learn how to put in an alternator. Then go to the library and look for the book. I want to learn how to put in an alternator. And then you open up the book and read the first paragraph, close the book, and then go home and try to put in an alternator. That's what Googling is. That's not research. That's not doing your homework. It's not. So when we're saying we're going to the internet, don't just go to the internet. And if you do just go to the internet, please don't just Google and look at the first page, bro. The first couple things that come up in the search engine and go with that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. And understand that the people that program Google and Safari, they have the ability to change what the meanings are. You Google how to put in an alternator in a Ford, and you know that the alternator's on the left, and Google is telling you that the alternator's on the right. You're thinking you're taking off the alternator, and you're really taking off the starter. Come on, guys, we have to be more intelligent than that. Let me go back to this now.
Upset that they were not briefed in advance by the U.S. president, which is customary to brief Congress. It had been scheduled for in a few hours, but now we know that has been pushed off until a few days from now. And we also know that the vote to limit the president's power through 2 different resolutions is also being delayed, at least in the House of Representatives. The Speaker Johnson saying that he believes now is not the time to take up that legislation. So it does appear that Republicans are now rallying around the president. In fact, the president also getting some credit from the NATO Secretary General, who said, congratulations, truly extraordinary that the U.S. hit Iran. That is something no one else cared to do, or dared to do, rather. No one else dared to do. So he is getting praise. And I can tell you very quickly, also here in the United States, consumers, those who understand financial markets, celebrating the fact that the markets are responding positively with oil prices falling, share markets rising. The concern was the disruption could lead to higher consumer prices at the gas pump.
All right, that's a picture from the United States. Kimberly Halkett, appreciate that. Thank you. Iranians have been holding nationwide rallies to celebrate what they see as victory over Israel. Hundreds of jubilant people have been cheering in support of the armed forces. President Masoud Pezeshkian says the war started by Israel was ended successfully by Iran. Earlier, Israeli forces began hitting Tehran less than an hour after being warned not to, as we've just been hearing.
And with me watching all this, right, this is what I do. This is very important. With me watching all these different things, right, I haven't just started paying attention to this stuff. So I take my knowledge, my experience, and my wisdom that I got right here, and I listen to what they say, and I see if it makes sense. I take my knowledge, I take my wisdom and I take my experience and I listen to what they put out. And I determine if it aligns with my knowledge, my wisdom, and my experience. And also what my circle is also saying in real life. That's how I do this. I just don't take what they say and believe it. I don't do that. That's why getting older, experience is the best teacher. Life experiences, the things you go through in life. If God keep waking you up every single day and you live to be 30, you live to be 40, you live to be 50, you live to be 60, you live to be 70, you live to be 80, and you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you're paying attention, and you're learning from your mistakes and your experiences in life. When this kind of stuff come up, you'll be able to understand what's going on. And more importantly, you'll be able to determine if they lying to you or not, if they telling the truth. It's called history. That's what it's called. That's why it's very important to listen to the elders. A lot of people don't like to listen to the elders these days, but that's where your experience come from, your wisdom, and your knowledge. And then if you keep living, you build your own experience and wisdom and knowledge. And you do what? You pass it on. Don't be the type of person that don't want to listen to the older people. Why? Because they've been around longer. The right older people. Not just anybody because they older, but the right older people. They can tell you what history is, because history repeats itself. It does. Just like the girls wearing wigs and fingernails now, they ain't just started doing that. They've been wearing wigs. History repeats itself. But if you don't know that, you'll think that wearing the wigs and the eyelashes and the nails are new. It's not new. It's just that you don't know about it, but I'm here to tell you, history repeats itself. It repeats itself.
Amir saying that the military is the conclusion of a significant chapter, but the campaign against Iran is not over. But earlier on today, we know that his Air Force planes were on a sortie to Iran to carry out what Israel Katz, the defense minister, said were high-intensity strikes on regime targets in the heart of Tehran in response to the suggestion that Iran had breached the ceasefire. But in fact, as we know now, those planes were ordered back after Donald Trump said there was a ceasefire. And now we're learning in Israeli media that, in fact, Netanyahu's security cabinet only voted on accepting the ceasefire after Donald Trump had announced it on social media. His demands apparently caught the Israeli leadership off guard, led to some embarrassment, and led to those planes being forced back.
So now, Bernard, how is this ceasefire being perceived by Israelis across the country?
Well, it's being seen as a success. The Israelis rallied around the flag when this war started, when Netanyahu launched these attacks on Iran on June 13th. They saw this war as a necessary war against Iran But Netanyahu says he's now achieved his objectives, which was to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon and to limit its ballistic missile capabilities. But now the Israelis want to move on. The airport is opening again, fully open now to international traffic. El Al is sending flights out to bring captives back home. The Israelis want to move on. There are no further restrictions on international gatherings. There'll be a heavy price to pay, up to $5 billion it's cost the Israeli economy, according to recent estimates, and about $1.9 billion in compensation claims. But now one Israeli newspaper speculating that Netanyahu might even call a snap election. So pleased is he with the result of what's happened in Iran. A remarkable turnaround, considering just before June 13th, the Israeli parliament nearly dissolved, would have led to elections that Netanyahu would have lost because of the way he was conducting the war on Gaza and the criticism of that. Well, now Netanyahu seems to be much more popular.
All right, Bernard, thanks for that. Bernard Smith there in Amman in Jordan. Let's take that very last point on with Sina Azadi, who's Assistant Professor of Middle East Politics at George Washington University, where he focuses on Iranian foreign policy. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. I just want to pick up on that point that Bernard brought in, because Iran and Israel are both claiming victory in this conflict, but there have definitely been some losses on both sides. Just take us through how you view that.
Well, I agree. Look, for the Israelis, they can say that they have they've gone after Iranian military infrastructure, decapitation of their senior military command, some of the nuclear facilities, and other government institutions. They can also claim that Iran's missile program has been weakened because Iran has used many of its missiles, and it will be difficult for Iranians to replace them. Iranians can also claim victory by suggesting that, the region's most, powerful country in terms of military power, the only country that has nuclear weapons in the region, has been forced to seek a ceasefire with Iranians. And looking at the Iranian media and how Iranian state TV is framing this seems to be the narrative in Iran.
So politically, then, how do you think this has impacted the respective leaderships? Because as we were just hearing from Bernard, the Israeli leadership, with Benjamin Netanyahu in particular, seems to be up in the polls as a result of this, where 2 weeks ago he was in serious trouble.
Well, I think one of the reasons that the prime minister started the war with Iran was not just to...
What I want to hear Iran come out and say, we want peace. We do accept Israeli being in the region, and we also do accept the Americans on they take on the world. We agree, we want peace, and we're gonna do our best to get along with everybody. That's what I need Iran to come out and say. If they don't say that, all this is going to do, they're going to go back in hiding, right? The rest of the world is going, things going to keep moving. Iran going to go back in the drawing board and start back building all over again. I want to hear Iran come out and say, peace to the world. We want to build nice, peaceful relationships. We acknowledge Israel as being right here. And we've got respect for the United States. The United States and Israel is not our enemies anymore. I want to hear Iran say that. If Iran says that, then I will kind of, okay, now we're going toward the right direction. But if they just stop, all that's going to happen is Iran is going to rebuild. Because since September 11th and the capture of the killing of Osama bin Laden, Iran they've been quiet. We ain't really been hearing from them. They've been working on their projects. That's what Iran has been doing. They've been sitting back and putting together their resources. That's what they've been doing. And funding on the back end. See, that's the one thing about Iran. What they will do, they'll send their money. You know what I'm saying? They'll send their money. Finance. Like the back end, while we working on what we working on, whatever y'all doing, we're going to finance what y'all doing. We're going to put up the money. But we working on what we working on over here. That's what they was doing. And if they don't come out and say, publicly say, we want peace, in other words, they're going to start back building those nuclear facilities, which I don't think they are totally destroyed. I think it's kind of like a fire. This is what I think it is. They did hit the buildings, but it's not a total 100% demolished. So in other words, they're going to just do some rehabilitation, rehab. Like if your house catch on fire, right? Not a total destroying of the building, but you might have a fire in one room that you need to just remodel it to get it back to the way it was. I think that's what is happening with Iraq, because there are receipts that there was bombing. You know, they did show the earth, you know, the pictures that they take from the satellites, they showed us that. So they did hit those buildings, but those buildings will be able to be repaired. Basically, that's what's going on. That's my take, because the buildings wasn't totally destroyed, but they were damaged. So they just have to rebuild, start back. It's probably, from the way I looked at it, it looked like the buildings were 75% destroyed. Not 75%, maybe 50% or 40% destroyed. In other words, they still got something they can work with. They just have to start the building process all over again. So that's what I think gonna happen. And as far as Donald Trump goes, well, if I was Trump, because you know he only got 3.5 years left. That's going to go by just like that. So he's not really going to care what's going to happen when he's out of office. He's not going to care. So only thing, if they do take 10, 15, or however long it'll take to get that system back up and running again, well, Donald Trump gonna say, or his legacy gonna be, well, when I was in office, and you know what comes after that. So depends on who becomes the president after Trump and in the future, because every 4 years, you know, we change, and somebody can totally come in and not even worry about that no more. And they have to start all over with the rebuilding of those nukes. See, nobody's tripping about the nuclear side of it. It's just when they mix it with other chemicals to make it a bomb. because you need nuclear, you know, for your citizens. You need it for electricity. So you need nuclear for certain things. But it's when you mix nuclear with different type of chemicals that actually turns it into something catastrophic. Then some people might say, well, everybody else got nuclear weapons. But the thing is, nobody else is screaming death to this country, death to that country. You know, they're not only screaming death to this country and that country, but they have actually killed thousands of soldiers and civilians. So that was being said is true. But if you don't know it, then you need to do your research. And again, research is more than just Googling in the search bar and finding your first couple or whatever the AI say. The first thing, see, that's the thing now. They got that AI thing that's up there. So if you say whatever you're looking for and it has AI generated, well, whatever they program the AI to say, that's programming you. That's programming us to listen to whatever AI say, to believe that whatever AI say is what it is. So they're already starting the process of the AI takeover. So when I search in my search bar and it say AI generated, I look at it, but it gotta make sense to what I already know in my brain. Because they can make that AI say anything. See, they want us to be consumed with AI. AI taking over, guys. So don't be so quick. I'm telling y'all that right now. Don't be so quick to listen to anything AI tell you. Don't do it, because it is in the process of programming your mind and mine right now. In a minute, AI, they want AI to take over. Just like somebody said in the comment section. Where's the comment at? That's why I love my comments. I love the people that comment. Somebody said something about AI. Let me see where it said. Where it said, I'm looking for the AI comment. Man, was that long ago? I know I seen it, but I didn't say, when I seen it, I didn't say nothing. Well, anyway, AI is PL, Dutch created AI. AI stands for artificial intelligence. Artificial. Does anybody know what artificial mean? Somebody in the comment section. What does artificial mean? What does artificial mean? What does it mean? What does artificial mean? It means it's fake, not real. Thank you, Jonathan Davis. Artificial intelligence. That means that it's not real. Artificial intelligence. Why they had to name it that? Why they had to name it artificial intelligence? Gary, I didn't see that comment. I don't. Why does it says artificial intelligence? That means that it's not real. It's artificial. And what we're doing, they have put that when you search something, AI generated meaning comes up. You got the AI generated meaning, then you have the sponsors, the CEO optimization ads right up under the AI generated meaning. AI means artificial. In other words, they want you to believe whatever that AI generated meaning is. They want you to know that they want you to interpret that that's what it means. It's called artificial. Who's behind the scenes? The powers that be is behind the scenes of this AI. Artificial. It's not real. Artificial pictures. Artificial. The rappers are being AI generated. They got artificial videos. That's why you have to know. You got to get educated. AI is not education, bro. It's not. But I'm going to say this. The education that I know is getting weeded out, bro. The real education is getting pushed away by the artificial education. Artificial intelligence. Artificial education. The real education is damn near gone. They're working on erasing it right now. Just think. They're working on erasing real education right now. Trust and believe. Those kids in school, if you're a teacher and you're teaching something, those kids are using AI to check your fact history to see what you say is real or not. And guess what? In a minute, what that teacher say ain't gonna be real. It's gonna be artificial. Kids don't even know how to write in cursive anymore. A lot of things they were teaching us and our kids, they're not teaching those things anymore. They're using artificial education, artificial intelligence to program the younger generation. They already got them programmed by this internet. We already see that right here. One person in the comment section. Somebody lets him know we'll find it out on the internet right now. I don't have to find out what I know on this internet. I lived it. But a lot of people right now, they haven't lived it. So they got to go. They got that. Lawrence said they're going to this internet for their information. But the information is artificial. That's why it's called artificial intelligence. We got to think. And what artificial intelligence and this internet do, it trains you not to use a certain part of the brain. It trains you not to use a certain part of your brain. That's what it does. Now they're coming out with the robots, that the artificial intelligence gonna teach your kids. They're trying to eliminate the teachers and use a robot that's programmed by the powers that be to get your teachers, your kids to believe what the robot say. That's why homeschooling is a must, bro. Homeschooling is a must in 2025. And if you do have to use a robot, you make sure you right there. The robot is an assistant. The robot is not the main teacher. Like a lot of people are using the phone to raise their kids, which is a terrible thing, by the way. Which is a terrible thing. A lot of people are using the internet and YouTube to raise their kids, bro. They let their kids alone with these phones for hours and hours and hours. Their kids will be in the room. They'll give them the phone. Go play on your phone, because the parents have an attention span of this much. They don't want to be bothered with them kids. So they tell the kids to go in the room and let their kids do this all day. Meanwhile, the internet is building a relationship with your kid. It's bad. It's bad. Let me go back to this.
I'm Rachel Maddow.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our breaking news coverage. President Trump announcing tonight that Iran's key nuclear facilities were, quote, totally obliterated by the U.S.
I'm Rachel Maddow.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our breaking news coverage. President Trump announcing tonight that Iran's key nuclear facilities were, quote, totally obliterated by the U.S.
It would be, you could, I hope you might be asking them.
I'll do it through my articles. I have no direct communication.
All right. Yes, sir, there in the middle here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. President Trump has long said that Iran should not have nuclear weapons.
That is correct.
That is clear. Do you think it is important for Iran to change its foreign policy, because the U.S. always says it is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism and destabilizing region?
I obviously can't speak to what's in the mind of the so-called leadership of Iran. I do know that the future of Iran is in the hands of the Iranian people.
All right, you're just hearing there, Tammy Bruce, the future of Iran is with the Iranian people. As we see right now, there in the Netherlands, President Trump arriving at this NATO summit. He's going to be about 24 hours on the ground, just a live picture right now. We wanted to take it out to you in full. As you can see, they have rolled out the red carpet for the President of the United States there, and this comes after the strikes by the U.S. on those Iranian nuclear sites. They're also asking different members of NATO to increase their spending, their defense spending, upwards of 5% from their GDP. Let's just listen into this here on Live Now from Fox and see if we can catch anything he says.
President, Mr. President, please, one picture.
You just see him arriving there at this royal palace ahead of the NATO summit. President Trump getting out of that motorcade, walking up the red carpet and the stairs into this building, meeting with different world leaders, different leaders amongst the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We did see the likes of Emmanuel Macron and others shaking the hands of different leaders already. So we're just going to stick with the shot, see if they transfer us inside of those halls, inside of this building right now. And as I mentioned, the big conversation at this NATO summit, the real first time that President Trump has been involved in this during his second term, talking about the increase in spending as NATO leaders are expected to endorse a goal of spending 5% of their gross domestic product on the security to be able to fulfill the alliance's plans for defending attacks against outside adversaries. So just watching this here on Live Now from Fox, don't think that we might get any insight into this. We're also learning that potentially Spain said they have reached a deal with NATO to be excluded from the 5% target. President Trump did comment on that inside of Air Force One. So we're just watching this. Let's get you back out, though, to the State Department briefing as we are monitoring this shot. We'll take you out to any comments, any views that we get from the Netherlands there at the Royal Palace of President Trump, him meeting with different world leaders, him speaking to the press, other events that we might get a glimpse into some of these conversations on the really global scale. Let's take you back out, though, to Washington, D.C. and hear again from Tammy Bruce.
Administration, specifically the State Department's message here to Iranians who are suffering under the oppression of the regime. How do they move forward and does America have their back, considering the president said regime change is not a good idea right now?
Well, again, that's in the perspective, certainly, of the president and what... All
right, we're going to have to shift gears one more time as we are now seeing the images inside of this palace there in the Netherlands. You can see President Trump greeting different NATO leaders. Let's just listen in here on Live Now.
Yeah.
All right, you can see this just happening there, greeting the King and Queen of the Netherlands. We're not getting any audio coming through this feed right now, so that's why you can't really hear anything, but it'd be interesting to get a grasp of some of these conversations with different world leaders there. President Trump shaking the hands with these individuals there at The Hague in the Netherlands at the Royal Palace. Upcoming tonight, likely a state dinner with different global leaders. We've seen different leaders from all over the globe already in attendance, already walking up that red carpet to this palace there. So President Trump only expected to spend about 24 hours on the ground there. We did see him leave the G7 summit in Canada last week ahead of those Middle East tensions. So this is just a very short, abbreviated trip before he returns to Washington, D.C. and the White House, keeping an eye on all of those developments in the ceasefire that took effect yesterday. And despite some breaking through of that from both Israel and Iran, President Trump still says it is in effect. We heard from Tammy Bruce saying that any ceasefire is a fragile thing. Of course, they're saying it is steady, though, moving forward, less than 24 hours since it was instituted. Let's take you back out, though. Tammy Bruce continuing to meet with reporters, answer questions from the media. Let's listen in again.
As a special envoy of Ambassador Tom Barrack has been a very clear indicator of our commitment to helping Syria be able to be a functional and steady and stable government. He, of course, is the ambassador to Turkey, and our commitment through his work is about getting the structure, the stability of the government as functional. We also, of course, as you know, have lifted many of the sanctions to make it possible for other nations in that region to assist the new government also in becoming stronger and able to, in that region especially, deal with terrorist groups, especially deal with ISIS, and that is our commitment. So it is, I think, manifesting now very clearly, and Ambassador Barak is there as our envoy in that regard, and it's a very exciting time with a lot of potential. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. In the gray suit there. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. You've been in the negotiations process with the Iranians for almost the last 2 months at the State Department. And the Iranian foreign minister just last Friday, he said that they suspect that the negotiations with the U.S. Used as a cover for the Israeli attack. And a day after that came the U.S. raid on Iranian nuclear establishment there and the buildings. Are you able to restore the trust between you and Iran? And how do you see these claims from the Iranian side?
Well, that's certainly a question that I can't answer, but we've got the best people in the world who are doing this for a living, who have committed their lives to making a difference here in the world. The president has not indicated that, as a matter of fact, he really opened his presidency with a willingness to talk with everyone. And as a peacemaker, that is what he's done, and I would suspect that that approach will continue. All right? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. Do you think that there's any lesson for North Korea to learn from the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, given that North Korea has been doubling down on its nuclear program, despite the Trump administration's commitment to the complete denuclearization of North Korea?
Well, again, the nature of the choices that are made, I won't speculate about what other countries should think or do. At the same time, President Trump, in his first term, made a significant outreach to North Korea. And what I can say, of course, and they've got their own nuclear program at North Korea, that we remain committed to the complete denuclearization of North Korea. That remains a commitment. If the North Korean nuclear issue can't be resolved through dialogue, I'm not going to speculate on hypotheticals at this point, but thank you very much. All right. Yes, there you are. Hello.
Just on the follow-up on North Korea, has there been significant outreach from the State Department to the North Koreans?
I'm not going to speak to any, whether they exist or not, any diplomatic efforts outside. All right. All right. And yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. I just wondered whether you have any further information on reports of a drone attack that happened to multiple Iraqi military sites early this morning, local time, Tuesday, whether you know at all whether Iran was behind those drone attacks at all?
I would suggest that the DOD might be the place that it might have an answer to that. Yeah, anything else? Right. All right. Daphne, you're good? All right. And then, yes, go ahead, sir, at the end.
What can you tell us about the material that was removed from those nuclear sites? There are satellite pictures of trucks lined out.
Oh, nothing. I can tell you nothing. Just saving some time here. Yeah, I'm not going to speculate or discuss what may or may not have been removed from a particular site.
Well, then can you tell us, based on what you do know, I mean, how many years?
I can talk about the English royal family. I love them. Yes,
how many years would this have knocked back the nuclear program? And could that have been avoided if the U.S. had remained in the JCPOA?
When it comes to what's happened with Iran, we can look back several decades about the nature of the choices that certain administrations made that helped facilitate the nature of the building of that program. Donald Trump inherited a world, he'd left a world that was at peace, and he inherited one that was tipping over. And so his commitment, and what we look at here right now, is recognizing the status of things and what needs to be done to fix them. And that's what we're focused on. All right. And Matt Lee, I have a feeling you might have a question. I vaguely remember that.
Well, I did, but now it turns out that the
you have a different one.
I answered, so I do have a different one.
Okay, good.
But all I was trying to find out was whether you didn't mention that this Mr. Habibi was an American, which it turns out that he is. But has he been wrongfully determined to be wrongfully detained?
We have determined that he has been disappeared, and that he has not been heard from, and that is why there's the rewards for justice. Is that He was taken, and he has not been heard from since.
Okay.
And we are hoping that this appeal may bring forward with up to $5 million. It makes a difference in everyone's lives.
Sure it does.
That we might get some information about him.
Okay, then just the other thing was you had been asked earlier and yesterday, I think, about this money that is apparently going to go to fund the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Have
Yes.
you been able to uncover anything about that?
Well, here's what has always been the case with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I now know that I think it's close to 44 million meals that have been distributed, which is a pretty darn good record, and they continue now at 4 sites to distribute them. We have repeatedly noted that we have not funded this entity, but it is, I believe, really the response of the call from President Trump for that region and that area in particular, that we've got to have new ideas about how to change the nature of what's occurring. The region has stepped up, other nations have stepped up, agreeing that the situation in Gaza has to be dealt with differently. We have to refuse to let it continue. And while we have a humanitarian crisis manifesting, is to do our best in an area that a terrorist group refuses to cooperate, ignores ceasefires, continues to hold hostages, and refuses to put down their weapons, that we are committed to endorsing, helping, promoting efforts to make a difference. When it comes to how that will manifest for the GHF, I can't say right now. But again, it's nice to know that 44 million meals have been distributed. That, like everything else for the last few days in the Middle East, everything has changed. How that manifests in the Gaza Strip is yet to be determined, but I'm sure we have another briefing on Thursday, and who knows, we'll have something new at that point as well. All right, yes, go ahead. And this will be
Tammy,
it, yes.
this weekend, Keith Kellogg went to Belarus, and it secured the release of 14 political prisoners. Do you have any more details on those efforts? And did the Lukashenko regime get anything for releasing these prisoners, sanctions related?
I do have a few things I can say to you about that. And this is the condition of our world. This is a huge story. And it really is, comes up later, but it tells you the nature of what's transpiring. While in Minsk, the U.S. delegation led by General Keith Kellogg, Special Presidential Envoy for Ukraine, met with the leader of Belarus and his team. Special Envoy Kellogg discussed the Russia-Ukraine war and how President Trump is pushing hard to stop that war and end the killing. And Deputy Special Envoy John Cole led the discussions on U.S.-Belarus bilateral relations, which resulted in the release of 14 long-held political prisoners from Estonia, Japan, Latvia, Poland, Sweden, and Belarus. And that is the result of what you can do with diplomacy, with envoys, and with a commitment to peace and freedom for people around the world. And we are blessed to have President Trump as our president, the wisdom of the American people, and of course, Marco Rubio is our Secretary of State. We are 5 months in or so to this administration, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you on Thursday. Impeachment. Thank you.
All right, just listening in there to Tammy Bruce talk about this Israel-Iran ceasefire, saying really any truce between two nations, including these two, is quote-unquote fragile, but it's moving forward at a steady pace. As President Trump, we've heard, saying that this ceasefire remained in effect despite both nations violating it briefly overnight, and we're watching it in full. You also heard conversations and questions about a potential move for a ceasefire in Gaza, saying she did everything has changed in the region following Saturday night. Also noting the timeline over the last several decades, including the JCPOA. Lots of conversation about that, the decision to pull out, and now what has led to this moment in time. All right, we're almost at a new hour, almost 3 o'clock on the East Coast. We did see President Trump arrive at the Royal Palace in the Netherlands for this NATO summit, meeting with world leaders talking about global security. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Majority of them were people waiting for food. The injuries were consistent: shot in the head or the chest. About 10 to 15 people were shot in the head, and more than 15 others were shot in the chest. Others were reported with various injuries to their bodies. We have also received a whole family with various injuries and severe burns all over their bodies from other airstrikes.
This place was already overwhelmed and now on the verge of collapse. Israeli airstrikes hit multiple areas across Gaza City, and the result, dozens of injured. Most of them are children, and many have rushed into this place on hand carts or via civilian vehicle or on animals, a drone cart, to arrive to an overwhelmed health facilities here. As we walk between the corridors of the emergency ward, we couldn't help but notice that this place has not enough space, and what's going on right now, there are no medical equipment and no medical supplies, and everything seems to be collapsing here, while many of the people
if you just not joining me,
the emergency ward
this
waiting
is
for medical staff to intervene.
some scenes from Gaza.
Really drew our
They need to work on
here,
stopping this
in the
war.
most dramatic way here.
Israel and Gaza, they got to stop that too.
Out of space now.
It seems like
the
they got
medical
pushed
staffs are exhausted
to the
here,
back seat
and the only
Iran
thing
and
that you
Israel.
hear here
They need to
is
work
either
on
the
this.
screams of the patients and the injured
They need to get
on
this
the ground
taken care of,
calling
man.
for help, or the sound of the drone buzzing outside.
They are hitting
and the
regular
fear
people
never
and kids,
leaves.
bro.
Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera from Gaza City, Palestine.
They steady bombing them people.
All right, let's return to our top story. And US President Donald Trump arrives for the NATO summit claiming credit for stopping Israel's war with Iran and destroying its nuclear facilities. Before taking off, he told reporters that he's no longer seeking a regime change in Iran. Well, questions are being asked about the future of Iran's nuclear program. It is a non-proliferation treaty partner. Osama bin Javed now looks at the risks should Tehran pull out of its NPT obligations before a UN Security Council meeting later on Tuesday.
Iran's Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan nuclear facilities were repeatedly hit in Sunday's US attacks. Tehran's lack of a nuclear bomb did not prove to be a deterrent. Including the United States, there are 9 nuclear-armed countries in the world. Israel is the only one undeclared. Others include Russia, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India and North Korea. These countries have successfully developed nuclear warheads. They all operate nuclear facilities to enrich uranium or produce plutonium, and can launch nuclear weapons by delivering those warheads using missiles, aircraft or submarines. In addition to launching systems, the 9 countries have secured safeguards to prevent unauthorized use. Many believe that US attacks on Iran are only going to push it towards acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Now, given the enormity of the situation that Iran faces, I think it's beyond the time where they would use it for leverage. I think they would have to feel like they have to respond very visibly in some big fashion. And pulling out of the NPT is one of the few cards, actually, they can play on the diplomatic stage.
Iran's future as part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT, is in doubt. NPT is the world's most important agreement to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. Since 1970, the agreement promoted the peaceful use of nuclear energy and encouraged nuclear disarmament. Signatories agreed not to transfer their weapons or help non-nuclear states develop them. And those which did not already have nuclear weapons agreed not to acquire them. The International Atomic Energy Agency has the job of overseeing nuclear material and technology. 191 states are parties to the NPT, making it one of the most widely adhered to arms control agreements. The only major arms control deal between the US and Russia, New START, expires next year. With no new deal in place, the future of global nuclear limits is uncertain. The NPT doesn't expire. It's meant to last indefinitely. But it's reviewed every 5 years, with growing frustration about the slow pace of disarmament. But the treaty is under strain, whether it's Iran's alleged violations and allegations that some nations are playing a double game.
Saudi Arabia, I think, would think about pulling out itself. And there might be other countries. Egypt, for example, has long been concerned that Israel doesn't face any international monitoring. And Egypt says that's unfair. And so Egypt, if others pulled out, might think that it would be worth their while to pull out. And, there could be other countries around the world similarly fed up with the international nuclear war.
Israel, India and Pakistan never signed it. North Korea left it in 2003, And if Iran withdraws from the NPT, it would no longer be bound by its rules. Sama Javed, Al Jazeera.
And that is it for this news hour. That's it from Munich Clark. My colleague Sarah will be here in just a moment. We'll have more of the day's news. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com is the address. All the news we're covering right there. And I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Blinded by police brutality, an indigenous mother embarked.
Because of what's going to happen with the American family, whether it's keeping taxes low, as we did in 2017, keeping those, whether it's the child tax credit, making it permanent, which will give families a lot of reassurance as they move into the paying their taxes. We also create a savings account for. We talk about, some of our, let's say, Social Security that's supposed to be in 2023 or 2033 have some difficulties, a lot of difficulties. What if we start saving? We have that savings account beginning the day you're born. That's going to be really, I think, wonderful for families all across the country. Helps with adoptions. This is a family bill. This is a family bill from beginning to end. The small business tax credits that are in here are going to be made permanent. Secretary Bessent believes, he said this to us today, as I believe, that this will be the biggest growth portion of the bill that will lead to a lot of capital expenditures, more people working at higher wages. One other aspect of the bill, of course, is the border security bill part. This is very important. I was privileged on Monday to host Secretary Kristi Noem to come to Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, where we have the Advanced Training Center for our Border Patrol agents, where we're train over 16,000 a year to meet the challenges on our southern and our northern borders. And she talked a lot about the progress that the president has made in terms of border security. But without this bill, that progress would be stopped in its tracks. We need to.
All right, just listening in there to GOP senators speaking after this conversation about the big, beautiful bill. We're also watching here on Live Now from Fox there from the Netherlands. You can see this photo taking place at this North Atlantic Treaty Organization meeting. President Trump there meeting with different global leaders. This is the first time this group has come together since in his second term. So it's only going to be a short trip for President Trump there alongside different global partners talking about security, different parts of the region, including in Europe, asking different countries to bring forward to make a push to increase their expenditures on global security. 5% is what they're calling for, as different leaders expected to endorse that goal of spending 5% of the gross domestic product on their security to be able to fulfill the alliance's plans for defending against outside attacks. So just wanted to take you out to this here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, let's continue our conversation of what we've seen over the weekend as we were talking more about the centerpiece to that Operation Midnight Hammer, the B-2 stealth bomber. And we're learning new details about that 37-hour odyssey, the mission to drop those bunker-busting bombs on several nuclear sites in Iran. Of course, we saw this here on social media, just the impressive silhouette of this, saying the great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri, this within the last few days. All right, let's continue our conversation about this here on Live Now from Fox and bring in retired Lieutenant General Mark Wetherington, a former commander of the mighty 8th Air Force. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Tell me, is there a unique sensation when piloting the B-2?
Thanks for having me, and I'm very excited to be able to talk to you and your audience about the B-2. And I would say the B-2 is a unique airplane. It flies a little bit differently than a lot of the other aircraft out there, but it's an incredibly smooth aircraft, fun to fly, and handles very well. It's not an aggressive turning aircraft. You got a big flying wing design, a large wingspan of about 170 feet. So it's not the most maneuverable, but incredibly maneuverable in the target area, able to get those weapons precisely where they're needed.
And it was designed for exactly this moment in time to go around the globe. And let's talk about the mission, because it was over 30 hours. These people piloted it. They refueled mid-air. Can you talk about the amount of training? What is a mission operation look like? What does the training look like for such a long visit, long operation?
Certainly, both the pilots that
30-hour
two-person crew went through traditional training with the Air Force to become a pilot, and then they went through their training to become qualified in the B-2. And then over time, they will build up experience. And in Air Force Global Strike Command, in the Mighty 8th, we have a bomber task force that goes out, and so they'll be practiced in conducting these types of long-duration flight operations on the order of 30 to sometimes 40 hours in length, from CONUS to CONUS, right? Leaving Whiteman, coming back to Whiteman, or making stops in between. And so it's not unfamiliar to them, but it's still incredibly demanding. It's you see that they took off just after midnight out of Whiteman, and so their body clocks are already a little bit off. It puts, there's the demands of fatigue. It's going to be a lot of boredom crossing the ocean, punctuated with air refuelings in between, and 20 minutes at a time taking fuel 10 feet. 12 feet behind and just slightly below another large airplane. And then, of course, they're operating in the target area in a dynamic way to put the weapons on the target.
Can you tell me about the specialized nature of some of these pilots? Because I imagine it is a very elite group. How many people are capable of flying the B-2, and how specialized, how elite of a group is it?
I'll push back a little bit on the elite piece of it. They're very well trained and capable in operating the B-2, but we don't take people at a certain point beyond in their career, right? We take pilots early on, straight out of pilot training, and put them in a B-2 and start moving them toward advanced certifications in the B-2, more experience, becoming aircraft commanders, mission commanders, able to execute that mission and kind of direct that crew and direct a strike package. And so certainly they gain experience along the way, but it's not elite from the standpoint of early selection.
Can we talk about the weaponry on this? Because we talk about that 30,000-pound bomb, the bunker-busting bomb. What type of bombs is it capable of carrying? Can you detail that a little bit?
Well, the B-2 can carry a wide variety of weaponry, and of course, it's the only aircraft that carries the GBU-57 MOP, purposely designed for this mission set and this airplane. The B-2 is unique in that its navigation system is different than anything else we've fielded. It's incredibly precise. It's got some additional kind of electronic wizardry in the microchips in that system that help that airplane be incredibly precise when it's delivering those weapons. And the MOP as well is incredibly precise, designed for exactly this purpose. When you have to get a weapon in a very, very, very precise spot, multiple weapons following each other, you've got to have that unique combination.
Yeah, that is so very interesting, and we'll get into the exact drop, but let's take us back in time. You mentioned the departure there for Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They left around midnight, and they refueled several times. How far can they go before they refuel, and how did they really track the progress of this?
Well, notionally, it's about a 6,000-mile range between refuelings. But you have to understand that doesn't account for weight of the aircraft. So heavier airplane can't go as far. If the winds are strong and strong headwind, it can't go as far, right? And so there'll be contingencies along the way, but the route is planned to ensure that the aircraft has enough fuel to get to the next air refueling point or beyond, right? And to a divert base if needed. But they'll design that mission and the air refueling points along the way to make sure it's got the gas to get to the target area, get out of the target area, and refuel on the way home.
And it's so interesting to see, how did the operation go about refueling midair? Because you say these planes are only 10, 12 feet apart. How precise do they need to be midair?
Well, those pilots are hand flying that airplane, and certainly the tanker is going to arrive at a certain point, altitude and airspeed. Then the B-2 is going to arrive at a certain point, altitude and airspeed, and they do a rendezvous. And there's a very deliberate procedure on how that airplane closes and how that airplane gets to about 12 feet behind and slightly below the tanker. And then the boom operator on the tanker, when both those platforms are very stable, will plug the boom into the receptacle. They will latch and fuel will start to transfer. And it's about a 20-minute process as that fuel, for an air refueling of this magnitude, as they transfer probably 100,000 pounds, 110,000 pounds of gas per B2 per air refueling. So that's on the order of 20,000 gallons for your folks watching. It's a lot of fuel, and you've got to be very steady and concentrate. And there's visual references you use on the tanker to make sure you're aligned on the center line, vertically and laterally, and there's a little bit of play, several feet each direction, but you're pretty much about 30 degrees down on the boom and about 12 feet behind that tanker.
And as they get closer to the airspace in which they're going to drop the bombs, we are hearing from President Trump that it was a kind of a go call some 10 minutes prior potentially to this happening. Can you take me through the final moments before they drop these bunker busting bombs? What happens exactly?
Well, the crew will be reviewing their strike package, reviewing the operation that they're going to conduct on the course of their mission as they're approaching the target area. Before that, there'll be a point where they are in holding. So they're in a holding pattern. They're waiting for the rest of the assets to assemble. There'll be a minimum requirement in terms of additional supporting assets, minimum requirement in terms of B2s and MOP that need to be dropped. And if those minimum package requirements are met, that mission commander will decide to push into the target area. And so all of that coordination is happening, all of that calculation about, are the conditions correct? Are there unexpected threats? Is there something else we didn't plan for that we need to adjust? They'll get last minute updates on the target and the threats to adjust the route if needed, and then they'll go into the target area. But they've planned and rehearsed this mission many times.
And I want to ask you, when they drop the bomb and it goes down toward these Iranian nuclear sites, how are they watching it? Are they watching and waiting to see if it was a success? Are they waiting to hear communication? How does that play out?
Well, certainly there's going to be a procedure that they have to fly, and their routing that they're going to take that's going to maximize the impact parameters of that weapon. So that's the first priority. That weapon has to come off, and it has to achieve a certain velocity, a certain impact angle, and it has to certainly achieve the precision that they want. And so flying that platform to get the weapon off is the first priority. They also may have a sensor looking at the weapon impact as they come off target. But if they've got a second drop coming up, maybe they're also then concentrating on that second drop more so. So it depends a little bit on the context, but if they can watch it with a sensor, they'll watch and they'll provide some initial feedback. And there may be some other supporting assets in the air that can use their sensors as well to get an initial look at, did we hit the target as expected?
And President Trump said they obliterated these 3 sites using that bunker-busting bomb for the first time in warfare. And we're getting some of these images, the before and after pictures of there in Fordo. And is this what we're seeing on the screen? Is this emblematic of a successful drop of this bunker-busting bomb? Is that what you would expect from those images?
Well, I know it's difficult for folks who look at that and for them to kind of assess, hey, was this successful or not? And honestly, in this scenario, it's pretty hard, right? To me, that looks like a successful attack in terms of the weapon striking intended points. When there are multiple weapons in that point, they're following that same path. Looks like the weapon parameters were pretty good. But because it's such a deeply buried target, it's hundreds of feet inside a mountain under this rock. You're not going to see telltale signs on the surface that you might see with a 2,000-pound bomb that hits a truck, where you have more visible evidence that the target was struck. And so I think we're gonna wait for a period of time to understand, as more intelligence comes back, as we're able to assess these strikes, how significant the damage has been.
Yeah, that is a good point. I think a lot of people are curious to see how these plants were exactly impacted by this. Of course, President Trump also saying it caused monumental damage. And I do want to ask you, because as they made the rendezvous all the way back to Missouri, a 37-hour journey to take place, they landed back. Is it What's the reaction like on the ground when these pilots come out feeling that the mission was a success? Does it look like a scene out of Top Gun, just the accomplishment, the sense of joy that this mission was the outcome they wanted?
Well, certainly, I think the crew is excited, but I think more so Team Whiteman and all the folks that were involved in that strike, from the folks that prepared those missions, maintained them, sustained, got those airplanes ready to go, which is a huge feat. Fueling them, loading the weapons, making sure that the engines are up and running, right? The folks that file the flight plans, did all the medical work, provide security. There's thousands of airmen involved in this mission, and that's repeated at our tanker bases, launching and supporting this mission everywhere else. And so I suspect that there was a lot of excitement, a lot of congratulations, a lot of relief that those missions were executed, complex missions were executed, and those pilots returned safely. And so congratulations to Team Whiteman and the 509th Bomb Wing for another job well done.
Yeah, there's so much behind it, and just so much security operation that went into it because it came really out of nowhere. All right, Mark, before I let you go, I want to give you some rapid fire questions because there is just so much information out there about the B-2, so much fascination with the B-2. I want to ask you a few questions that I know people, friends, and people on the internet want to know. So first, is the B-2 supersonic?
It is not.
All right. How many pilots are in the B-2?
2 pilots. One of them, Max Moore, is a mission commander and operates the sensors and the radar and other equipment, although we'll pilot it during a long mission like this. And then the other pilot, who's primarily flying but backing up the sensor operator, doing some timing and stuff. And I'll add, on a long duration like mission like this, there is enough space for them to get out of the ejection seat and kind of stretch out, lay down a little bit, get some rest. And so they have a plan where they'll divide up that time, and one will get some rest because executing a 36-hour mission, as you might expect, with all the vibration and the noise and everything else, can be extremely fatiguing.
And that leads me to my next question. Is there a bathroom on the B-2?
There is, I wouldn't call it a bathroom, but there is a facility to ensure that you can take care of your bodily needs, yes.
Like a commercial flight, it's obviously pretty tight quarters. I want to ask you, is the United States the only country that has a B-2?
Absolutely. I think you'll see some pictures if you troll the internet. The Russians are certainly trying to develop a similar capability known as the PAC-DA. It's been in work for several years, and it resembles the B-2, but not a lot has been seen recently. And there has been, within the last several weeks, a Chinese bomber aircraft that looks similar to.
All right, that is very interesting. We talk about the B-2 being a stealth bomber. Are B-2s impossible to detect?
Not impossible. That's why we have to plan the route very carefully. We have to understand the threat that's out there, what's looking at them, and it's a very precision routed aircraft to ensure that it's difficult to identify it on radar or through infrared means or other means.
And my last question before I let you go, because you talk about the bathroom aboard where they'll be able to stretch out, maybe catch a few Z's, sleep a little bit. Are they eating aboard? What are they eating exactly? All right, I think we lost.
Hungry and in the target area probably doesn't help with your concentration. And so I guarantee you they were well prepared.
All right, very good. Mark, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate your insight, as always, your service. And obviously, we congratulate everyone there at Whiteman Air Force Base for that mission, the Operation Midnight Hammer. Thanks again. We appreciate your time. All right, great conversation here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
so good, guys. We don't see any. By now, Iran and Israel would have been attacking each other by now. It's like 8 o'clock at night over there. No reports yet that they're back striking each other. And guess what? The stock market loves it. S&P 500 is over $607 right now. We're getting close to all-time highs, guys, on the stock market. Also, the ceasefire, and we're also waiting to see if they're going to pass the big, beautiful bill. The passing of the big, beautiful bill should take us at all-time highs on the stock market. It should take us up there. We're at 607 right now. We're right there. Right now we got, let's see, let's go look at it. Let's go check it out. All right, we're right there. We're at 607 on the S&P 500. And we got we're almost there to the all-time highs on the stock market. We got, let's see, year to date. We got about $4 more to go. We're almost there. Let's see, on the max. No, we got 609.60. We got $2 more to go to get all-time highs on the stock market, on the S&P 500, that is. We got $2 more to go. We are almost there. And on NVIDIA, we got $5 more to go. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're getting real close. We're almost there. We had that big pullback to 589. Let's see. The 480. No. We had this big pullback from the tariffs way down to 480. Now look, guys, we're almost at all-time highs. We're almost at all-time highs. Congratulations to everybody that bought at that dip, especially on NVIDIA. We dropped all the way down into the low 80s. We're almost at all-time highs on NVIDIA. We're almost there. Shout out to everybody that bought the dips. Long-term investing. That's what it's all about. Shout out to everybody that bought those dips. Everybody that's stood this long, appreciate you. It's been a long live today, guys. We got a 6-hour live. 6 hours. Man, we put the work in today. 6-hour live. And I appreciate every last one of y'all. Everybody that subscribed to the channel. Everybody that has been commenting. Everybody that stopped by just to shout out and holler at me. Appreciate you. As we look at, we're waiting on the stock market to get to all-time highs. Let me get back. We waiting to get there. Let's see Bitcoin. Bitcoin still got a way to go. Let's look at Microsoft, Facebook. You know, a lot of y'all love being on Facebook. Facebook is getting close to all-time highs. AMD got a long way to go. Amazon is almost there. Let's see. Let's look at Google. Google got a ways to go. Netflix is at all-time highs. Netflix is up to $1,200 a share. Shout out to Netflix. Let's get back over here. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna look at something else. I'm almost there, guys.
And lead to salvation.
Now, essentially, we know that when it comes to going to the Yatra, it is not an easy task. In fact, Beyond team is here in Lhasa to acclimatize, given the oxygen level in the atmosphere is quite less, and we need to acclimatize before going to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra.
Resumption of this yatra carries significant diplomatic weight. The event is a key people-to-people bridge between India and China. Restarting it signals a willingness at a political level to engage on issues of mutual interest, even amidst broader strategic complexities. The pilgrimage has been suspended since 2020, initially due to the COVID-19 pandemic and later due to the protracted military standoff along the line of actual control. Efforts have called the movement a confidence-building measure that should not and cannot be underestimated. Bureau Report, WION, World is One. To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world.
Well, I think that's it for me, guys. The 6-hour live was a good live. I appreciate everybody that came and rocked with me. I stayed all the way in till we got down to like 3 people. I stayed the whole time. So I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Everybody that subscribed to the channel. I wanted to end the live at least with 1 more subscriber, but it ain't happening, and I'm not going to stay any longer. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, subscribe to the channel. I only need 1 more subscriber to hit my goal for today. So you're just not coming in and you like what you see, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell on. It is 2:30, so I'm kind of late on my run and doing the walk down because I wanted to stay and kick it and communicate with you guys. So I'm supposed to be running right now, but I want to kick it with y'all, and I'm all right with that. You know, we want to get the information out there. We want to hear what y'all got to say about it. Your view and your comment is very, very important to this channel. Very, very important. So I'm going to stay a few more minutes. If you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. We will be back in the morning, 8:30 a.m., doing the same old thing, reacting to what's going on in the world. Not just in America, but all around the world. It's very, very important. It's very important. This stuff, it will affect our kids and grandkids' lives. You know, what happens today, it has big ramifications on what can happen in the future. So we got to be aware of that. We got to be aware. But the good news is, so far, there have not been any more strikes between Iran and Israel. That's the good news so far. Now they need to work on stopping what's going on at Gaza, then stop what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. We got 2 more obstacles that we got to cross. Those 2 right there. And then hopefully this bill gets passed sometime next week. So we got a lot of things going on. So I think I'm ending right here, guys. Appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Remember, 704 Wall Street is my block. 704 Wall Street is my block. Earn, spend less, and make proper investments. I love and I appreciate y'all. Thank you to everybody that came and rocked with me. I will be back 8:30 a.m. Same time, same channel. With that being said, it's the one and only Stock Sniper. To the next one, I'm out.